Aaron, are we ready? It's 4 o'clock.
Yes, sir. We are live.
Oh, we're live. Okay. Thank you. It is 4 o'clock now. Is the time set for the regular board meeting of the Arizona State Schools for the Deaf and the Blind. We did move this meeting to Zoom. When we did our quorum check, we were only going to have 2 board members live in Tucson. So I thought this format would be better suited to have 8 of us or 9 of us all together.
Especially since some of them were L's or capital I's.
As opposed to, it looks like someone's not on mute. So if everyone can mute for a moment. In any event, we're going to go with 1.01 call to order and roll call. Suke, can you take the roll?
I sure can.
Thank you.
Brittany Buchanan. Aaron Wonders.
Present.
Dean Howard.
Present.
Myself, Suke Kneifel. PV Jantz. Lynn Davison.
Present.
Mike Gordon.
I'm present.
Linda Bove. And David Nigro.
I am present. Thank you. Okay, we can move on to 1.02, call of the public on agendized items. Suke, I believe we have one of those. Do you have that?
Yep.
Great. If you could read that, thank you.
Certainly. I just have to find it. Got it. Okay. This is from Mary Rimron. And the subject is leadership contracts for 2022 to 2024. And the comment reads, now is the opportunity for change at the Tucson campus. The administrative environment marginalizes deaf and hard of hearing individuals and does not value a deaf person's experience as a linguistic and cultural minority. This environment has led to deaf and hard of hearing staff seeking employment elsewhere. Deaf and hard of hearing individuals that use ASL are allowed communication access to leadership via an interpreter from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. and 2 to 4 p.m. Staff that can speak and or hear have access anytime. This is one example of an unhealthy environment. The systemic issues on campus are not due to communication access. The environment does not display a sense of understanding for deaf culture or the value of communicating without the use of interpreters. ASDB is a school for the deaf, not a school for interpreters. The students and staff in the school for the deaf deserve to have leadership with a background and experience in deaf educations. Suggestions to address such issues may be hire a principal for the school for the deaf, investigate what mentoring and support was given to the assistant principal that was recently reassigned, require exit interviews to be submitted to the board so as to assure discriminatory practices are not contributing to attrition, investigate how screening committees and hiring committees are selected for vacant positions, ensure that individuals with a background in deaf education comprise a majority of the committees. As the board of directors, it is your responsibility to ensure an environment that values the deaf experience. It is time to consider a change in leadership for the Tucson campus.
Thank you, Suke. Moving on, 1.03 information item, presentations from Foundation for Blind Children and Desert Voices. Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Rex.
Good afternoon, President Nigro and board members. I have 2 people to introduce you to this afternoon. First, I'm asking Jared to go ahead and turn on his video so we know that you're here. And I am introducing the COO, Jared Kittleson from Foundation for Blind Children. And he is going to share some information with our board this afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Rex, for the introduction. President Nigro, members of the board, thank you for having me. As Dr. Rex said, my name is Jared Kittleson. I'm Chief Operating Officer at Foundation for Blind Children. I oversee all of our direct programs, and I have the distinct pleasure to share with you our preschool program in this valued partnership. All right, do I have a slide deck to share, or is the board following along with me?
I have your presentation up.
Perfect. All right, go to the next slide. So before we get into the preschool, I think it's important to understand a little background about Foundation for Blind Children. We are not simply a preschool. We truly are a one-stop shop for all things vision, starting with birth and in that first call from parents. We show up on their doorstep all the way to our oldest client, which is 103 years old. Our early intervention program is also an ASDB partnership. We serve over 130 families in Maricopa County. We have a robust school-based program, which you're going to hear about shortly. We're proud to say we're the largest preschool for visually impaired students in the country. And so that's a preschool specifically designed for students with visual impairments. So we're proud to say that. We also have an itinerant department, just like yours as well. We see over 175 students all across the state, representing about 50 districts in charters. Next slide. In addition to that, we have a media center that produces a Braille and alternative format. We have the largest Braille library in the United States, along with a very robust and growing prison Braille network. I believe we'll be in 6 different prison units by the end of this year. So our ability to serve students in Arizona with all their resources is growing in capacity. And then on the second feature on here, I'd like to point out is we're in our 2nd year of our Teacher of the Visually Impaired preparation program in partnership with Arizona State University. Just like every other educational organization across the country, we have been dealing with teacher shortages. And instead of, trying over and over again with signing bonuses and job fairs, we reached out to Arizona State University, came up with a plan, and basically bootstrapped a TVI and bachelor's in special education program. And we are going to graduate 12 teachers of the visually impaired this May and put them out in the field to serve the students of Arizona. So we are very proud of that accomplishment, and looking forward to seeing that come to fruition. And then we do the summer programs, transition program age for ages 14 to 22, as well as an adult program, and then support our community, your community, with some of the events you're familiar with: Braille Challenge, White Cane Walk, etc. Next slide. So the preschool program, currently looking at this year, looking at the data as of January 6th, the preschool program that you guys voucher students to represents 3 campuses. We have a campus in the East Valley, the 101 in Chandler. We have a central campus, which is our more prominent campus, our main campus. And then we have a West Valley campus just off of 75th in Lower Buckeye. The 2 East and West are definitely satellite campuses compared to the main. Overall, the institutional voucher partnership represents about 20 different school districts. As of January 6th, 45 students in our preschool at all 3 campuses. And based on past year projections, as you guys know, with preschool, enrollment starts in August and continues to grow as students turn 3. And we'll probably be pretty close to 60 preschoolers by the end of this school year. Next slide. This slide is just a graphic, and I won't break it down cell by cell, but just gives you an idea of a year over trend, month by month. You guys can kind of see how the enrollment builds, month over month as the school year progresses. You can also see, over the past 5 years that enrollment has continued to grow. COVID really didn't put a significant dent into the enrollment of our preschool. We were pretty diligent about staying relevant and meeting the needs of students, families, and districts during COVID. And as a result, that enrollment was not impacted. Next slide. This brings me to student outcomes. And I think this is probably what you guys are most excited about. I think this is something that our 2 organizations are very much aligned with. Student outcomes is something very important to us. This is a project we've been working on since I've been here, and I've been here almost 5 years now, is figuring out how to measure student outcomes regardless. Unfortunately, in the world of special ed, student outcomes often result in very subjective, long-winded narrative goals that are understood by very few and hard to measure, and even harder to project where the student's supposed to be going. And so what we did with our preschool program is we took a look at the Arizona early childhood standards and created a curriculum that was aligned to those standards, right? So that our students were learning the skills that their sighted peers were learning, and then adapted those skills to the expanded core curriculum so that our students were learning what their sighted peers are, learning the skills that every visually impaired student needs to be successful and start kindergarten with their sighted peers, which is essentially what our preschool is all about. And so the expanded core curriculum, which may be a refresher for some of you, is a set of skills that every visually impaired student needs in order to access their sighted, the curriculum, the same curriculum as their sighted peers. So it's that adaptation. Next slide. So this is just a sample, and Leticia called me and said, Jared, the board's not going to be able to read this, and that's okay. This is just meant as a graphical representation as far as what these rubrics look like. The preschool rubric that I'll be referencing in this presentation is a massive document, and I'll be happy to share. I mean, Kendra and I have talked about it often, and she's seen the document, and this is what our teachers use. This represents 1 section out of 7, and these sections are aligned with the same sections that are in the Arizona early childhood standards. The rubric itself and the skills progress from a 0 to 10. And the reason we did that is we wanted one rubric for all of our students to take into account all abilities. And the argument for a lot of educators that in our circles is, well, that doesn't measure my kid or my kid's there. Of course, absolutely. And every kid is different at a different level, but we wanted a tool that was going to measure them to the Arizona state standards and where they were. So this rubric progresses from foundational skills at a 0, 1, 2 level, all the way up to advanced 8, 9, 10, being able to show, where a student was as they're about to start from preschool, showing growth from the start of preschool to the end of preschool, which is what this is all about. Next slide. And the result you get, this is just a an example of one student. You guys can see the 7 different sections there. Teachers have lesson plans and curriculums that are aligned to these state standards. They are documenting progress on these areas on a monthly basis, and you're able to see these scores progress. And some of it you can see is very subtle, but over time, particularly in a 2-year program like preschool, you're going to be able to see where the growth is. You're going to be able to see, maybe where there's not growth, plateau, needs for intervention. As that student progresses into kindergarten, that kindergarten teacher is going to have a great snapshot of where, the strengths, the gaps, the opportunities are for that student, so that they can support that student and be successful in kindergarten. Next slide. And here's another graph, just representing the data as well. We wanted to look at some different ways that we can represent this data to tell the story, whether it be parents, districts, people that aren't necessarily in our world 24/7, so they can have a better idea as far as where a student is progressing, possibly not progressing, et cetera, and to be able to tell that story. And next slide. I don't know if I have one more. All right, so this is I'd like to kind of end on the presentation, and then I'll take any questions you guys have. The picture you guys see on the screen is a student in our East Valley campus. And the reason I want to share this particular success story is because this is a success story of this partnership as much as it is this student. Indy came to us last school year in the middle of a pandemic, wasn't necessarily thrilled and excited about coming to preschool. She came to us unable to walk. She was in a wheelchair and really struggling. And she eventually got to preschool, worked with our teachers, our paraeducators, our therapists. And this picture right here is a video of Indy on the playground last month, and she is walking, dang near running around the playground, bossing people around like the mayor of the playground, and having a great time and really succeeding. And I want to give a special shout out to Dr. Kendra Benedict, Director of Early Learning Programs, Albert Duff, Director of Operations, who worked tirelessly with me to ensure that this student never missed a day of school, whether it be with the LEA transition from district, ASDB, COVID. They worked tirelessly to make sure the student's here to school every day and has continued to see that growth. So it's a value partnership. We're appreciative of it, and thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Jared, very much. Appreciate that. And now I'm going to ask Deanne Chapman to come on the video screen. And I'm here to introduce you to the CEO of Desert Voices, Deanne Chapman. She will be now here to give you information about our working partnership with Desert Voices.
Good afternoon, Board President Nigro and members of the board. I am Deanne Chapman, Executive Director here at Desert Voices. First, I want to say thank you for inviting us, and I'm excited for this first time opportunity to present to you. So Desert Voices, we provide early and intensive direct instruction and parent coaching within the educational environment. We teach children with hearing loss to achieve age-appropriate oral language and begin to build literacy skills. Our goal is for children with hearing loss to be equipped with the skills needed to thrive in a mainstream learning environment. Next slide, please. Our formal partnership with ASDB began in March of 2017 and covered birth to 3. Prior to this time, hearing specialists would sometimes refer families to our program, so we do have a long history with your agency. The graph you're looking at here illustrates the number of unique hearing specialists that refer families to us each academic year since the contract began. The range has been somewhere between 6 and 10 hearing specialists. So we feel like there's still room to grow. We would like to see all hearing specialists in the 0 to 3 program at least tour with their appropriate families. Next slide. Our experience and the current guidelines for care for children with hearing loss has proven when a family enters our program by at least 12 months of age, there's a high probability of mainstreaming to a typical classroom by 5 years of age or earlier. So entering our program between birth and 12 months only increases that probability. So looking at our data, the average age of referrals from ASDB at this time is about 2 years of age. But also with this graph, it does show the fluctuation of referrals over the past 5 years. And I would like to explore this more with Kendra during our regular meetings to find out the root cause of these fluctuations and how we can improve this. Next slide. So families have a choice, ASDB services, our services, or with the Zimmerman Clinic. Here at Desert Voices, we stress the importance of early intervention with a listening and spoken language goal and encourage making a choice that fits for the family's goals. Therefore, we are not always the appropriate placement for all families. In this graph, we can see that we received the most referrals in the first year of our contract, and in the most recent 2 years, our numbers of shared families and referrals have decreased. Next slide. What is alarming to us here is the birth rate in Arizona has historically been stable. So we may assume the number of families seeking listening and spoken language services is also stable. It's easy, I think, for all of us to blame the pandemic, but access to our services have been available through the pandemic, and in-person services returned here on our campus in August of 2021. So the risk of late identification and amplification and late or inconsistent intervention leads to greater challenges and longer timelines for children closing their language gap and thus reaching their full potential. So our hope is that we can work together to identify how to regain the traction among both of our teams so we can rebuild and highlight the benefits of our great partnership and what it does for children and families. Next slide. Here we are seeing the number of children in our early intervention program that transition from those programs into our preschool or other placements. And typically other placements are parent choice, relocation, age-appropriate skills, or they have additional needs that we are unable to meet. So, next slide. This is the good stuff. So here are the outcomes of our shared children who entered or just entering our preschool program from our early intervention program. So the PPVT measures understanding of common vocabulary. EVT measures expressive use of common vocabulary. And both of these tests are important indicators of how quickly kids will transition from learning to read to reading to learn. Then core language measures the ability to manipulate and comprehend parts of language and grammar. This piece is important when we think about the conversations that occur every day in learning. From this data, we can see that the children that do transition are still in need of intensive services, or we are wanting to ensure children that have closed the gap before age 3 maintain or move into the above average range when compared to their typical hearing peers. A majority of our students score in the average range of 86 to 115. We do have students that fall above and greatly above the average. We also see some students fall below the average range. The main impact is on their receptive vocabulary and language. And in most of those cases, this is due to late identification or a child that hasn't had a focused intervention plan. Next slide. These are our tuition rates for early intervention. Just assuming a family is in each one for a year, you can see those amounts. But we do provide scholarships to all families, and tuition is on a sliding scale. And the next slide. Let's go on to the preschool. So our preschool partnership is pretty new. This began in June of 2020. Our hope is we will see more students in the coming months, so we at least maintain the referral rate of the last 2 years, but we certainly hope to see improvements in the future. The others listed on this graph are direct referrals from school districts, families self-referring, and other professionals such as audiologists or word of mouth and internet searches. Included in these numbers are students who are within 3 months of their 3rd birthday. This is a tricky time for them because we have to balance the requirements of the IEP process along with the actual educational needs of those students and families. And next slide. We are seeing more of the ASDB referrals enroll in the last 2 years from moving from early intervention to preschool. But we also, with our existing relationships with school districts, we have continued as well to get those direct referrals and direct pay. But we have seen a decrease in outside enrolled referrals, and we think that's likely due to a decrease in public school enrollment coming out of the pandemic. Next slide. We do have some fears when we are looking at this graph. There has been a drop in enrollment since the 1920 school year. In addition, coming out of the pressures of the pandemic, the referral age most likely will rise. And this is just giving all of us less time to close that language gap for those students. And the next slide. When we work together on early identification, timely amplification, and language intervention, we will see more kids transition into mainstream classrooms in either kindergarten or their pre-kindergarten year. But typically, our students here at Desert Voices are transitioning to a mainstream classroom at their kindergarten age. And the next slide, this is the good stuff. Here we are. Results of our focused preschool services. So we use the same assessments, and these are normed for hearing peers. These test scores you see are the same group that I shared earlier from, and we obtained these just as they were getting ready to transition. So their age range is somewhere between 4 and 6. We can see the intensive services close the language gap. A majority of our students test in the average range, 86 to 100, and the majority of our students score above the average range in both receptive and expressive vocabulary. We do still have a few kids that scored below the average range, but no child is in the last range that you saw before, well, in early intervention. This all means children that leave our program have not only made yearly progress, but closed the developmental gap to some degree between themselves and their typical hearing peers. Together, this partnership, we have set these students up for success in their future educational setting. Next slide. Here's our published tuition here for the preschool. We do provide a full discount, a full-time discount for school districts, which does include ASDB. And again, we fundraise the gap. And then lastly, I just want to say our intent here today was to inspire ongoing conversations on how our partnership can continue to improve the outcomes of the students we serve. And we hope we will be invited back on a regular basis for updates. Thank you again for your time and your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deanne. I have had the opportunity to personally visit in 2016, and I'm sure there have been more innovations since I've been there. But I also, 2 weeks ago, had the opportunity to visit the campus of FBC on Northern Avenue. I highly encourage any board members, staff members that want to have a better understanding of that continuum of services that ASDB provides through partnerships, through what we do. It's mind-boggling what is happening and all the great, amazing things that are happening. And at this point, President Nigro, I am turning item 1.03 back to you.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Rex. Does anyone on the board have any questions for either Ms. Chapman or Mr. Gittleson?
President Nigro, this is Dean Howard. Can you hear me okay?
I can, Dean.
Hey, so one of the things I'd like to request is potentially maybe having both groups and even Zimmerman, if that's an option, come to the board on a quarterly basis and just give us an update, as they are a strategic partner of ours. That would be good to get some updates on how things are progressing, how students are doing, the numbers, student enrollment, that type of thing. I was kind of caught off guard that we haven't had an update from these groups, some of them not in the near past. So I thought it'd be a good idea maybe if we could do that in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I think we certainly could do that. Quarterly, the frequency, we meet 6 times a year for regular meetings in addition to other work study sessions, et cetera. So, maybe 2 or 3 times a year, I think might work and coordinate with our meeting schedule. But I think that's a good idea. Are there any other comments?
President Nigro, this is Dean Howard again, and I'm just going to throw out a thought process since my time on the board is starting to come to an end. In the same vein of progression and moving forward and thinking about the board and what ASDB does, there might be some discussions in the future that we could have about, ASDB on a ASL side of the equation being the school for that. And potentially for listening and spoken language, those resources are there. Maybe that's the best avenue for listening and spoken languages, those 2 schools. So just something to contemplate. I think the board might want to be taking a look at that idea down the road. Just another thought to inject. Just a comment, not a question.
All right, thank you, Dean. Ms. Chapman, I did have a couple of questions for you.
Yes.
Thank you. We do see these, the numbers, and I guess we can maybe deal with birth to 3 first.
Sure.
So we see that these referrals from the agency kind of decreasing in recent years. And it seems like your total number of enrollment, or number of students served in that 0 to 3 is reducing. Is there, and I just want to help me understand what the cause of that is. Is it that there just aren't people that are seeking your services, or do you think that there are people that are seeking it but they don't know about you? Maybe it's maybe somehow they don't know of you for some reason, or is it something else?
Great question, and it's something we've been trying to figure out for quite some time. And I would love to get together with Kendra and look at what numbers you're seeing on identification and referral and how that looks for us. But oftentimes it is families that just don't know about us. We don't have access to those new born screening hearings, and so we have to depend on community partners often to talk to families about us as an option. So we don't have that direct contact up front.
Right, and that's because I'm trying to think of what the process typically is, and there's by the time a student comes, the ASDB has the statewide jurisdiction for 0 to 3. So I think that the agency is at least letting parents know of your services. I think, and tell me if you don't think that's the case. But also but to come from the agency, you have to be referred to the agency, right? So there are certainly children who will go through those hearing screenings, and they'll be identified at a young age that we may not get to, ASDB may not get to. Those families may not know about early intervention and may not seek it, but they may be seeking interactions with the medical community to get diagnosis, for these children. So, do you have any relationships with the medical community in the area to try to form a second pool of resources or a second pool of referrals, to see if you can at least identify other students that may be interested in your school?
Yes, definitely. We have a strong relationship with Phoenix Children's Hospital, so referrals do come through them often, and also families will search for our types of, or just look for services online and will come to us directly. We always make sure to ask those families if they are already working with your agency, and then we loop in their hearing specialist to make sure that they can attend the tour and then be involved with the services that we're providing here. If they don't know about ASDB and those services, we refer them back to ASDB as well so that they can access those services.
Great. And then in terms of the cost, your slides mention the cost of the 0 to 3 services, and then the cost of the preschool. There is a contract between ASDB and Desert Voices for the preschool, so we understand that pricing structure. Can you tell me more about the support from the early learning program of ASDB? What kind of support financially does that provide to your agency to offset some of these numbers?
Sure. So that is some students are vouchered to our school, and so that amount, that just about $24,000, that's the same amount that a school district pays if they decide to directly refer and contract with us directly. We currently have 3 students that are vouchered through ASDB. So that's a really new system for us. Kendra and I were rushing to figure out that process in the middle of a pandemic. And so that is a newer way. But still, some school districts decide just to contract with us directly because they've been doing that for many, many years.
Correct. No, I understand about the preschool, and on the funding side of it, those kids have IEPs, right? So 0 to 3, there's not going to be an IEP. There's not going to be funding support from the school district. There is from ASDB. We operate the statewide, 0 to 3 early intervention program. But the numbers that we have on slide, I don't know what slide number this is necessarily, but it's the annual tuition birth to 3.
Right.
Who, does the agency, provide any financial help to you guys in that area? Because again, that's the real key part of this is 0 to 3, as you told us at the beginning, that you tend to get better outcomes when children are identified earlier and are able to receive services earlier. So if you get to them at 4, that's going to be less effective. So, for parents that are interested in these types of services, what kind of financial support are you getting from the agency in that regard?
Yes. So an easier way to think about that is our hourly rate for parent coaching sessions is $120 an hour, and the agency supports $88 of that cost, and then we fundraise the difference. And then with our Jumpstart program, the agency currently does not support that. That was a new program that came in that we came up with after the contract had been signed. So that's not part of the contract. And then the toddler class, it's $160 per day, and the agency supports $80 of that per 1 day a week. They do attend 2 days a week. So parents, once children are in the toddler class, parents are covering the second day, and then we are fundraising the difference between what the agency supports, what the family pays. We're making up that difference in fundraising. Okay,
I think I got to read the transcript of what you just said, because I heard that for the toddler program, it's $160 a day.
Yep.
The agency pays $80 a day.
Mm-hmm.
And so to make up that half,
Mm-hmm.
You said that the parents are paying, but also you're fundraising for the difference. So
Correct.
Help me explain how both of those things are true.
Sure. So what we do with our toddler class is we have students attend 2 days a week. Our data shows that at least 2 days a week is what is needed for us to begin to close that language gap. So the agency helps cover 1 day a week, and then the parents are responsible for the tuition on the second day. And we work with families on a sliding scale and provide scholarship dollars for that second day. Is that clear?
Okay, so the parents are asked to pay, and if they are not able to pay, they can apply for a scholarship from your organization, and that's given on a need. That you're just looking at need on that, or are you looking at other factors as well?
They complete a financial need application, and it is based on their income, their expenses, and most families typically pay about 10% of the actual cost of those services. So if they were in the toddler class that second day, they would pay $16, and then we fundraise the difference to provide them that scholarship.
Okay, and is a similar thing you talked about fundraising the difference for the parent coaching and Jumpstart. Is that a similar thing where parents are asked to pay, or it's just from your general funding from your fundraising?
They are asked to pay, but every family that is enrolled here at Desert Voices is receiving some amount of scholarship dollars from us.
Okay. Okay, I think that answers some of my questions there. And then for transportation,
Mm-hmm.
for 0 to 3, who's covering the cost of transportation?
The families are transporting to and from for 0 to 3.
Okay, and you just have the one campus, correct?
Correct. We just have one campus. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And your days are how long are these days? Is it 6 hours typical school day?
So the toddler class is 3.5 hours, and they come twice a week, so they get 7 hours of services. And then the preschool is 6.5 hours, 5 days a week.
Okay. And on the preschool, there is for the vouchered students, are the parents being asked to pay anything on top of the voucher amount?
No, anyone who is vouchered or has a school district contract doesn't pay any additional funds. So
okay, and who arranges for transportation for those students?
So transportation for voucher students is through ASDB. What sometimes parents choose to transport themselves. School districts also transport, but again, sometimes families feel more comfortable transporting themselves.
Okay, great. No, that's answered a lot of the questions that I had. One final time, anyone else on the board have any questions for either Ms. Chapman or Mr. Gittleson? All right, seeing none, thank you both. And thank you, Dr. Rex, for coming in and presenting today. We can move on to 1.04 Superintendent's Report. Superintendent Reichman.
Good afternoon. Hello, President Nigro, members of the board, directors, Assistant Superintendent Rex, Assistant Superintendent Cooper, and members of the ASDB community. Welcome to our January 20th, 2022 board meeting. Our first board meeting of the year, 2022. I'm going to keep my remarks brief. We do have a lot of items to discuss this afternoon during our board meeting. I just want to take a moment and step back and look at the bigger picture. For you as the board members, what is your authority in the governance of ASDB? If we look at the Arizona State Constitution and Arizona statutes, they clearly give you as the board governance authority over ASDB. You make decisions and lead the agency. When you look at our policies, you can also see that there are 3 types of authority that you have. The first type of authority is legislative. That means that you develop and approve policies. Those policies become the rules, so to speak, that guide our agency and what we are supposed to do. So first you set those policies, and then your second authority is your executive authority. You have the authority to run ASDB. Through those policies, you often divert that authority to me as the superintendent of ASDB. The third type of authority that you have is the authority to evaluate. You are able to do appraisals of the ASDB agency, the education that we provide, the supports that we provide, and also my work as the superintendent. Those are the 3 areas where you have a direct authority and responsibility for the governance of ASDB. That second type of authority that I mentioned, where you are able to grant me authority, that executive authority that I mentioned, allows me to run the agency. You set the policies, and then we as the agency implement those policies. We follow essentially the rules that you as the board have set. That's sort of a broad description of your authority and responsibilities as the board and my authority that you have granted to me as the superintendent to lead the agency and run our daily operations. So I ask that in future discussions and future board meetings and other meetings, you keep that in mind. As the board of directors, you have these specific authorities for governance, and you are able to grant me authorities so that I can lead the agency. With that in mind, this afternoon during our January board meeting, I am supposed to present on the state of the agency. In your board docs, under my report, you will find the agency profile. And that profile outlines our work and our accomplishments during the 2020-21 school year. It looks like this. And I strongly encourage you all to take 15 minutes or so to read through that report. Consider that during the COVID pandemic, these are the things that we were able to accomplish. Our teachers, our staff, our leadership team is very proud of that work. So please take the time to read through that and get a better understanding of what we've been doing. And what's happening right now in the agency at this moment, I can talk about that. It's really all about the pandemic. We are all facing the Omicron variant, and it has had a widespread and significant impact on all of our lives. It has had an impact on ASDB as well. Last summer, we decided that our students really needed to be in the classroom and be in person. We really did not want to do remote or virtual education again, and that was our goal for the school year. So far, we've been pretty successful. The fall went along pretty steadily. We got it done. The number of staff who became infected with the coronavirus from August, the first week of August, all the way through to the end of December, was a total of 60 staff. That was averaging 3 to 4 staff members per week. That did cause some stress on the system. Our principals and program directors were moving things around and making accommodations on a daily basis to try to cover for those teachers who were out sick. And of course, the instructional assistants and other staff members who were out sick as well. And then we had our Christmas break. And we were able to take a quick breath. And when we came back in January, those first 2 weeks that we've been back in January, we have had a total of 30 staff members who have been infected with coronavirus. So now we are averaging 15 per week. That's not doubled. That's not tripled. That's almost quadrupled the number of cases that we had previously. And I've been counting this week. Thus far, I think we have 10 staff members this week who have contracted the coronavirus. That sounds insignificant. It sounds like it's not a big deal, but it's not just that individual who was directly affected and tested positive. We are also identifying other staff who have been exposed and may have also contracted the virus, and we are doing contact tracing to find those individuals who may have contracted it themselves, who were a close contact with that individual. If they were less than 6 feet from that person, if they interacted without a mask, they are isolating at home for 5 days. And so we are doing that contact tracing, and those who have the vaccine, who do not get sick, are able to come back fairly quickly. But if they have not had the vaccination, then they have to stay home for that 5 days. So on a daily basis, we are having to follow up with every single one of those staff members, every teacher who was infected, all of their close contacts. And then we are also having to find substitute teachers and find subs for other staff members, for our instructional assistants, for our principals every day are having to move all of these things around and doing the absolute best that they can. Our our principals and our nursing directors are doing this 7 days a week. They start very early in the morning, 6 or 7 in the morning, until 8 o'clock at night, because they're having to make all of these phone calls and rearrange everyone's schedules to make sure that we're covered. And this doesn't even account for our students. Our students this time do seem to be contracting COVID-19 at a higher rate. We are identifying the students who have been a close contact or who have been infected, and we're sending them home. And then we're checking with those students in their class to see if they've been vaccinated or if they haven't, and then how we have to deal with their situation. Whether they're sick or not, they may need to quarantine at home for several days. And then we have to provide the parents with information, let the parents know whether or not they're able to come back. If they can't come back for 5 days, then we're contacting our transportation department, rearranging our bus routes to ensure that we're not stopping where students aren't supposed to be picked up. Yesterday on the Tucson campus, I am actually currently here on the Tucson campus. And yesterday, our Tucson campus preschool had to close. Reason being, we had 11 teachers and instructional assistants total, and 8 of them could not come to work. 8 out of 11. They were either infected with COVID-19 or they were exposed and they were required to stay at home, or they were sick and they had just gotten a test for COVID-19, but they had not gotten the results to determine whether they were negative or positive. So we have these children at home who are sick, who have been infected with COVID-19. And as a result of the number of staff that were sick, we had to close the preschool. Next week, we will be remote via Zoom for that reason. Fortunately, our parents are very understanding and they're working with us to make this work. We are very fortunate in that regard. We're also fortunate that the supervising teacher is very well prepared. They had planned ahead for this eventuality, and they already had the curriculum and the materials ready to go to send out to families and parents in case this were to happen, so that they can work with their preschool children next week while they're at home. We are grateful for that. Our bus drivers, similar to the rest of the nation, are facing a shortage. We do not have enough drivers. On the Phoenix campus at the Phoenix Day School for the Deaf, we have 18 bus drivers, positions, we have 18 positions. 8 of them are filled. We only have 8 full-time bus drivers. That means we have 10 vacancies. We have been attempting to recruit bus drivers for quite a while now, and that has not been successful. We are transporting students via contracted transportation services. We're contracting with several different transportation agencies. Now those bus driving companies have hit their limits. They are not able to offer us any additional services. That means if one more full-time bus driver becomes sick or is otherwise absent, we are going to have a significant challenge on our hands for the Phoenix students. Providing transportation to and from school will be a problem. Does that mean we have given up? That we have decided we can't do it? Obviously, no. We are continuing to problem solve. We are thinking outside the box and trying to find creative solutions to this issue. I have faith and confidence that our leadership team, our principals, our directors, our director of operations, our manager of transportation, all of those individuals, all of our educators, all of our staff are working very hard to make sure that we are able to achieve our goal, which is to keep our students coming to school on our campuses in person. We are making that effort. So I just wanted to give you that information because currently we are in survival mode. We are trying to keep our schools open. And we are hoping that soon the current surge will start to decline and some of that pressure will be relieved. Until that happens, I know that our agency leadership team and our teachers and staff will continue to do their best to figure out how we're able to get back to educating our students in a normal manner. At the end of the day, this is about our students. And our students are experiencing that pressure. They're feeling that stress. So think about our students. They've already faced all of these challenges at home, these challenges with being deaf and not being able to communicate with their families in many instances, maybe having additional disabilities, being blind or visually impaired, and that's compounding the stress that anyone else in this pandemic is facing. When they come to school every day, they don't know what's going to happen. They don't know how their routine may be disrupted because they might have a different teacher. They might have a different instructional assistant. And we all know how important it is for our students to have emotional and mental health and emotional and mental stability that is provided by the routine that we are trying so desperately to provide. We are not providing the most stable routine right now because of the pandemic. Once we start to see a decline in cases, we really need to regroup. We need to have those hard conversations and refocus our energies on bringing our kids back, re-engaging our students in their learning, getting them motivated again so that they can learn and that they can improve their academic skills and develop those social and emotional skills that we know are so critical for them. We are continuing to commit to being here, to being present, to keeping our students involved and engaged and being as supportive as we can in their education. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Superintendent Reichman. Are there any board members have any questions for the superintendent about her report? Seeing none, we can move on. Superintendent Reichman, thank you so much, and all the staff for continuing to work through in these last few weeks. I know it's been very difficult, and appreciate all your hard work to keep the schools open as best that we can with the staff that we have that's healthy. Next is 1.05 information item, Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction Report. Assistant Superintendent Dr. Rex.
Thank you, President Nigro, board members, ASDB staff, and viewers of our January meeting. I also will keep my comments brief, but I have something very exciting that I must share. So at this time, Stephanie Johnson, if you can turn on your video screen, I just want to introduce our board and the ASDB stakeholders to Region 1 Director, Stephanie Johnson, who has joined us on the 17th of January. By the way, she is no relation to Statewide Director, Jay Johnson, who is also serving as the Region 3 Director. But Stephanie comes to us from Deer Valley Unified School District. And I look forward to her skills as a systems thinker to support our statewide redesign. I've really seen with what Superintendent Reichman hit on today, the true need for our directors and principals to be present for our staff, as well as offering grace and supporting them. I see a need for our directors to be out in the field, meeting with our teachers, our interpreters, audiologists, braillists, admins, and to truly support the work and the quality of service statewide. Stephanie will be working in Region 1 for the remainder of this semester. She will be working on the completion of staff evaluations, supporting the work that's already been started, developing a better understanding of Region 1, as well as our agency this semester. So welcome, Stephanie. I just wanted the board and ASDB to have an opportunity to have a look at our new Region 1 Director. As Annette alluded to, as we continue to adjust and align the challenges and the changes of COVID, we are certainly moving on almost a daily scale. I cannot tell you the amount of emails that we are updating and keeping to ensure that we have all the information for the newest cases, how that affects our classrooms. But I do want to assure this board that our programs are prepared and they will be ready to move to remote if necessary. I value everyone's effort and the grace that they've given to each other and the support and the collaboration across all the educational programs. People are stepping in and stepping up, and I see that. And I want to make sure this board understands all the efforts that are making sure that kids are able to learn. I appreciate all the work that's being done, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Rex. Are there any questions for Dr. Rex about her report?
David, I don't have a question, but I did want to mention that both PV Jantz and Linda Bove have joined the meeting.
Yes, I did see both when they both joined, and I've noted the time at which they joined for the minutes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Hearing no further questions, we will proceed to 1.06 information item, Assistant Superintendent of Agency Operations and Support Services, Assistant Superintendent Cooper.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board President Nigro, Superintendent Reichman, Assistant Superintendent Rex, members of the board and ASDB community. Each of the directors have provided to you their departmental reports, which I will provide a summary on and add to based on additional information that has come forth since the reports were provided last week. All, if not most of the work we do is tied to Pillar 3, superb organizational culture, and Pillar 4, effective resource management. The IT department has issued more than 70 computers to staff and are on track to have the remaining 30 issued in the next few weeks. The installation of the Tucson campus classroom notification system that we receive funding from the state for is expected to begin in the next few weeks. This system will provide a much needed audio as well as video public announcement system for our students that have been without for about 6 years. The team is also working on finalizing the statement of work for the IT network infrastructure refresh for all copper data runs on both ASDB campuses that we plan to have completed before the end of the school year. The operations department, more specifically transportation, has been working diligently to continue to address the transportation needs for our students. And as Superintendent Reichman just provided you some of the challenges that the transportation department on both campuses are experiencing. As a refresh in terms of where we are with recruitment for our drivers, PDSD transportation is continuing to limp along with roughly 50% of the required staffing on the campus. Despite current recruiting efforts, the PDSD campus has limited success in finding additional CDL and non-CDL drivers. Due to House Bill 2863, PDSD transportation has been required to coordinate the transportation of all FBC students, which as Jared had mentioned is about 45 students. PDSD transportation has been able to either provide the transportation directly to these students, or we've had to contract those services out to third-party vendors. The Tucson campus has had more success in hiring both CDL and non-CDL drivers and is performing well considering the national bus driver shortage. For the food service department, they have been able to correct and implement new guidelines in order to ensure compliance with all of our food-related allergies and requirements. In addition, they've been able to resolve some of the initial billing and claim issues in order to finalize the transition from in-house services to the food service management company. For business services, the financial report will be provided separately under agenda item 4.01. If you recall the last few meetings, I've mentioned that the business services department has been vacant a few positions. Well, we were able to finally fill the one last vacant student accounts clerk Tucson campus position with an internal candidate, which she is expected to start in the next week or two. If you recall, that position had been vacant for more than 6 months. With that position now being filled, the department has just had 2 staff who retired on January 7th, excuse me. So now we have 2 additional vacancies that we're trying to actively recruit for. One of them being the procurement specialist and the other, the payroll travel manager. Plans are in place to cover the work of those 2 positions until they are filled or the work is redistributed. The early learning program birthed 3 vendor contracts with Desert Voices, FBC, and Zimmerman have all recently been extended for another year to expire January 1st, 2023. And a meeting has been set up in February to begin a thorough review of the contracts and amendments needed before they are set to expire. So we have ample time for negotiations over these next couple of months. The implementation of a new student information system will be delayed until school year 2023, school year 2024, while we search for a vendor to develop our accounts receivable and payable needs. And this portion of the system was not included in the original request for replacement of our SIS, which is currently PowerSchool, but it is truly an integral part of our system and helps with our tracking of our voucher revenues, as well as our fee-for-service billing. Last but not least, the HR department has also been working on a number of initiatives and projects. They've provided several virtual informational session meetings to our various leaders within the agency to include covering topics such as remote work, how to deal with conflict, FMLA, and skills for non-defensive communication. To build our program and expand on the number of hires through practicum and internship placements, so far for the 21-22 school year, HR has been able to finalize placement for both campuses, ELP, as well as the itinerant teams. In addition to the work the 4 departments are doing, I continue to actively work with several of the staff to analyze the current staff compensation structure to ensure internal equity and external competitiveness. We are working to modify salary schedules, including but not limited to eliminating compression issues for the entry-level positions that come from the minimum wage changes and reviewing the pay rates for various positions based upon market studies. One of the first groups that we've been able to look at a little bit deeper and looking at changing the pay rates would include our instructional assistants and our technical aid interveners, which we hope to be able to make those rate changes effective beginning in July 2022 with board approval. At the last board meeting in November, the minimum wage pay schedule changes were approved, which increased the hourly rates from $12.15 to $12.80, effective this past January 1st, and it affected about 130 staff. If you recall, I mentioned that Tucson Proposition 206 was approved in November, which would increase the city's minimum wage for Tucson from $12.15 to $15 by January 1st, 2025, and increasing it every January thereafter. The first increment would be $13 effective April 1st, 2022. At this time, we still have not had an opportunity to complete the review of the details and determine if and how those rate increases will be implemented for our Tucson staff members. And as a reminder, as an agency under the state of Arizona, we are not required to follow the minimum wage increase for Arizona or its cities. However, we have been able to remain competitive with other employers, and we do try to increase the minimum wage based on the city and the state's suggested minimum wage increases. Again, I hope to be able to provide more information at the March board meeting. I appreciate the work that each of the directors and their teams have done and continue to do for the departments, for the students, for the agency. That concludes my verbal report. However, I'm going to turn it over to our Executive Director of Human Resources, Anita Pyatt, to provide an update on Strategic Plan Pillar 3, Superb Organizational Culture. And at the March board meeting, I will be providing an update on Pillar 4, Effective Resource Management. Thank you.
Thank you, Shana. Good afternoon, Board President Nigro, members of the board, Superintendent Reichman, Assistant Superintendent Dr. Rex, and Assistant Superintendent Cooper. I'm going to be providing an update on Pillar 3, which is Superb Organizational Culture. In this pillar, there are 3 objectives. And the first objective is regarding our professional development plans and evaluations for our staff members. Right now, our Organizational Development Division team, which is our ODD team, has been busy since the onset of the school year with professional development training, purchasing professional development subscriptions and assessments for ASDB staff members. To date, ASDB staff have participated in 22 external trainings, 9 internal trainings, with an additional 10 that are ongoing currently. Our staff continue to participate in training virtually whenever possible and consistently rate external trainings at an 8 in survey results. This external training ranges among different business and educational aspects. Here are a few that I'm going to briefly list to give you a sense of the variety of topics. Forklift Train the Trainer by Industrial Commission of Arizona. See the Spectrum of the APH Low Vision Products from Vispero. EIEP Pro Bootcamp. ADE IDEA Transitions Conference. Pragmatic and Socially Equitable SLD Eligibility. For our internal trainings, we have been providing those. Ms. Barbara Randalls, our staff development specialist, has been providing trainings for customer service and 7 habits of highly effective people. In addition, we have Julie Jones, an itinerant teacher from Region 3, who's provided Braille Note touch resources for our staff members. Kalea Cook, our instructional technology specialist, is providing instructional technology training for staff members who work in the classroom, as well as all the support staff. Ms. Cook has been steadily providing support for Google Meet and Wii video training. In the topics that Kalea has been providing, Wii video, Google Sheets, Google Forms, and Google Meet, our surveys show a steady satisfaction rate of 7 or above for those trainings. Beginning in February, we'll be sending out a Google assessment to all ASDB staff members to gauge their competency in the Google Suite and identify areas that need refinement. The ODD has also purchased professional development subscriptions for our campus-based related service staff this year. These subscriptions are to assist and supplement the Phoenix and Tucson campus, a Friday professional development series. The ODD team is also partnering with the principals and presenting in the areas of differentiated instruction, behavior management, and active engagement. Survey data was collected at the end of November, and it will also be collected at the end of April. And here are just a few sample of those subscriptions that have purchased. We have purchased things for our occupational therapists, EIPA Mentor Track, ASHA for our speech language pathologists and audiologists, physical therapy, intervener training, and itinerant online. Currently, we have 23 itinerant teachers of the deaf who have begun a 14-week webinar training with Fairview Learning. Itinerant teachers do not have control over student curriculum. However, they are able to support the existing language curriculum with this program. Fairview gives literacy tools that help construct mental linguistic frameworks that allow students access to increase their fluency in English and ASL. The first online session started on Monday, January 10th. And so the ODD team will be collecting the survey data on staff progress and the satisfaction of that program at the end of each quarter. In addition, ODD, in partnership with Jennifer Scarborough, the Director of Deaf Programs, had staff members participate in an ASL proficiency interview testing. It was determined that 4 teachers of the deaf, 1 from each program, from our Phoenix campus, our Tucson campus, ELP, and a regional cooperative, would participate in the specialized instruction to assist with their goals. These teachers are participating in this advanced ASL training on Saturdays in the months of December and January. ODD will also be looking at the Rochester Institute of Technology ASL testing program as well. The Teaching Strategies Gold, this is an assessment given to preschool and kindergarten students, which is a state requirement. This data helps support developmental milestones for our students, and we plan to use this data in making decisions about the students and where they are in their development. The first in-house Teaching Strategies Gold training was held for 5 new staff members from the preschool programs, which had a satisfaction rating of 9.6. Robin Eichner, our assessment specialist, is doing the in-house training for our staff and is collaborating with Foundation for the Blind Children and also Desert Voices. We have completed the first upload of that information to the state and are working on future discussions with teachers and supervisor staff to improve the documentation process. The last part of Objective 1 in Pillar 3 is our working on improving the submission of performance evaluations for this school year. Last year, in review of performance evaluation data, the results were 34% of performance evaluations were not completed or turned in. We're looking to decrease that number. We started the year off with sending out resources and tools and provided performance evaluation training for supervisors. We plan to send out information to supervisors in February regarding the performance evaluation deadlines for our completion and to decrease that number. For Objective 2, this is the model servitude for leadership by creating leadership opportunities and increasing our agency communication. The agency has sent around 84 agency communications so far this year to staff members. These communications cover COVID updates, strategic plan updates, our agency vacancy list, our agency safety newsletter, our organizational development division monthly update newsletter, and various communications that create agency awareness on important topics. We are in our second year of the Emerging Leaders Program. Based on feedback from last year, action plan coaching will still be in place for those who want to participate, and the emerging leaders will receive the same leadership coaching content that the executive team receives. The number of participants has almost doubled in the second year. We have 21 staff members participating this year. This program consists of staff members as teachers, audiologists, and interpreters. Oren Kachkoff, Director of ODD, has action plans and coaching sessions to review the program with the participants. The participants have involved in the learning about decision traps, behavior of smart teams, and emotional bank accounts. And as Assistant Superintendent Cooper had previously stated, Human Resources has been working on creating 12 informative sessions, which we refer to as super sessions for our supervisors. We have 12 scheduled. We've done 5 for this year, have completed those so far. And so we'll continue that until the end of April. For Objective 3, this is reviewing the current data that we have on our students and our staff and how those numbers compare for our culture. And currently ODD is working with Deaf Mentor Program Coordinator, Christina Voyer, to identify Pillar 3 baseline data as part of her leadership goals in the Emerging Leaders Program. The agency currently doesn't have a way to identify which staff consider themselves deaf, hard of hearing, blind, deaf-blind, or having low vision. The survey that's already been completed will provide the agency with information to achieve this pillar's objective. Currently, we are working on gathering a committee together to look at accessibility and language. This committee will look at what we've done so far that is successful and what we can do better. And this survey will also provide a baseline for us. This concludes an update on Pillar 3. At this time, I'd like to make myself available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right. Seeing none, we can move on to the next part of the agenda, 2.01. I do note that it is, we are 90 minutes into the meeting, so we'd like to give the interpreters a 10-minute break. So I'd like to take a break for 10 minutes and return at 5:40. Hello, everyone. It is 5:40, so I'd like to bring everyone back. Hello. We're going to resume 2.01 action item, approval of a consent agenda consistent with board policies to include items 3.01, 5.01, 7.02, 7.03, and 7.04. I trust that everyone's reviewed the consent agenda. Would anyone like to remove anything from the consent agenda? Hearing none, I move that the board accept the consent agenda as proposed.
I
See a
second.
I see a second from Sue K. All in favor, you can turn on your video with a thumbs up. And if we can get the count here, should be everyone.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Nope. Okay, the consent agenda passes, and we go on to 3.02 action item, approval of new district agreements. Assistant Superintendent Dr. Rex.
Thank you, President Nigro. As a reminder, I've been asked by our board to identify when we bring on any new districts to our regional itinerant statewide program. We have a few that are joining us within Region 1. We have Carpe Diem Collegiate High School. And in Region 2, Hearn Academy, which is a Ball Charter School, and Madison Elementary School District. So I'm asking this board as an action item to approve the joining of 3 districts to our statewide itinerant program.
Thank you, Dr. Rex. Board members have any comments on these 3 new additions? All right, seeing none, I move that we accept these 3 contracts. Is there a second? I see Lynn. Lynn second. All in favor? You can hold up your hand or your thumb.
And I will be abstaining, President Agro.
Okay, and we'll record that.
Excuse me, President Nigro, this is Linda.
Yes.
Yes, President Nigro. I was blocked from turning on my video momentarily, so I'm not sure if my vote was visible. I'm not sure what happened there, why my video might have been blocked.
For 3.02, we're indicating it right now, so I can see it right now.
No, the previous vote. The previous vote, I wasn't able.
Okay.
Yes, my video was blocked, so I wasn't able to participate in the previous vote. I tried to turn my video on, so I just wanted to make sure that for the record, everyone who wanted to vote was able to vote.
Sure. I was able to see the others, so we will. You did vote in positively on that last one, correct?
Can you repeat your question, President Nigro?
On 2.01, you did vote yes, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. And on this one, I think we have everyone that's on the line has voted yes, except for Mr. Wonders, who has abstained. Okay. Great. Now we can move on to 3.03, information and discussion item, educational interpreters' role and responsibilities. Pursuant to ARS 3843-103A3, the board may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public for discussion or consultation for legal advice with the board's attorneys. This one goes to Dr. Rex.
I believe this may go to Superintendent Reichman if you are going into executive session.
Okay,
But
yeah, that,
it's a conversation from our November meeting that was asked to be brought back. Yes, sir.
okay. Yeah, you're listed on the
Yes,
agenda,
this is-
so that's,
This is Superintendent Reichman. President Nigro, if you wouldn't mind allowing me to start the conversation.
Mhm.
There are two parts here. One part, well, really, I should say two questions. There are two questions here. The first question is ASDB in compliance with the requirements with the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA? That's the first part, or the first question. And I invite Miss Deborah. I'm sorry, the interpreter missed the last name.
it's Deborah Sterling.
Miss Deborah Sterling to give a brief presentation. And Miss Sterling will talk about the specifics of IDEA and our requirements. So that will potentially answer the first question. And after Miss Sterling's presentation, the board will have opportunity to ask some questions. You can ask questions here in the open forum available to the public, or if you prefer, we can go into a closed executive session. In that executive session, you would have the opportunity to ask questions specifically for legal advice to Ms. Sterling. So that's the first question. And then the second question is how ASDB is implementing best practices related to educational interpreters and their roles and responsibilities in the IEP, Individualized Education Plan team meetings. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Sterling.
Well, Superintendent Reichman, I think before we speak with Ms. Sterling, I'd like to move to go into executive session to obtain legal advice from Ms. Sterling.
You don't want the presentation first, President Nigro?
Oh, so there's a presentation for the public as well that is not legal advice?
Correct, yes. I would say Ms. Sterling could provide a brief presentation first, and then the board can decide if they would like to go into executive session at that time to ask more specific legal questions for legal advice from Ms. Sterling.
Okay. Ms. Sterling, if you're comfortable with that, then we can go ahead.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Oh, wait.
I can hear you, yes.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, board members and President, Board President Nigro and ASDB staff. I was asked specifically to look at the role of the educational interpreter in terms of being part of the IEP team. In addition to the federal statutes that I will cite in a minute, I reviewed the following materials: the EIPA guidelines of professional conduct for educational interpreters, classroom interpreting parents, what does special education law say about educational interpreters, and the congressional research services that is put out comparing the statute and the rules. When I was asked to do this, my first review was of the statutory requirements as set out in 20 USD 1401. I sent that to you. I do apologize, I didn't send that part to you. That part is what was the definition of related services provider, of which an educational interpreter is considered and categorized as a related services provider. What I did provide to you was the actual statute that sets out what is required for an IEP team. The the federal law requires that the IEP team include 1, the parents of the child, 2, not less than 1 regular education teacher of the child, if the child is or anticipating going into regular education, not less than 1 special education teacher or appropriate, not less than 1 special education provider, a representative of the LEA who meets specific criteria set out in statute about explaining different options. And the next one is an individual can interpret instructional implications of evaluation results. And that can be one of the other people already on the team. The next one is the one I want to focus on because it says at the discretion of the parent or the agency, other individuals who have knowledge or specific expertise regarding the child, including related services provider. So that's where the related services provider is specifically mentioned as being a part of the IEP team at the request of the parent or the agency. And the last, I don't want to leave out that when appropriate, the child should be included on the team. There also is part of this IEP scheme, statutory scheme, they have provisions where if a specific service or related service providers area is not being discussed at the specific meeting, that there is a procedure by which that person can be excused from the IEP team meeting. And there's another procedure by which if their area is being discussed, they can provide information to they can provide their input even if they cannot attend. The rest of this, I just focused on what the statute actually requires and thought that would be a good basis if there was any discussion. Does anybody have any questions?
I don't believe we have any questions right now.
It is at the board's discretion if they want to go into an executive meeting.
Yeah, yeah, correct. I already moved earlier, although it was on second, not seconded yet, but I already moved to go into executive session. Are there any seconds to that motion?
This is PV. I second.
Okay. All in favor, please turn on your video and give a thumbs up. Thank you. I think that's everyone. Any opposed? Okay, so we're going to enter executive session.
David, I need, yeah.
Yep. Okay. You go ahead.
Okay, I just want to. Okay, all persons present here are reminded that it is hold on one moment. I don't know if that's the one I'm supposed to. All right, I'm going to read the same one. All persons present are hereby reminded that it is unlawful to disclose or otherwise divulge to any person who is not now present other than a current member of the board or pursuant to a specific statutory exception, anything that will be or transpired or discussed during the executive session. Failure to comply is a violation of ARS 38-431.03.
Okay, thank you. I think for the board members on the Zoom call, you should see a breakout room invitation now. Please join that, and then we will come back out into the main room when we are finished. Thank you. Okay, I think that we are all back into the public session. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ms. Sterling, for our discussion. So now, as Superintendent Reichman had mentioned, we're on to the public portion of 3.03. If anyone has anything to discuss, unless Ms. Reichman, Superintendent Reichman, you'd like to kind of reframe this.
Yes, I would prefer to let I apologize for the interpreter, Mr. J. Johnson, provide a presentation on the current agency practices regarding how we do business, specifically in relation to the 3 lead interpreter positions. And then from that information, we should be able to continue the discussion.
Okay, that sounds good. Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Board, and thank you, Superintendent Reichman, for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Today, we've also invited all 3 of our lead interpreters throughout the state to be with us for any questions and or comments that the Board may have as it relates to the current practices within the itinerant program. When we look at the redesign and the work that we've done as a team, we noticed that we had 5 regions, as we're aware of, a short 2 years ago. And with those 5 regions, we found that we were doing inconsistent practices throughout the state of Arizona. We found that some of our interpreters did not have a voice at any of the IEP meetings and or giving information to any IEP teams. We also found that sometimes we had folks that were ill-prepared to attend an IEP meeting based on their background, based on the questions from the team, and based on the needs of the student. We met together as a team, the 3 lead interpreters, as well as Rosie Hicks and myself, to start discussing the programmatic changes that we could make as a team. We also reached out to Dr. Kristen Rax as a team of leaders to come together to determine what we were doing statewide, not only within the itinerant program, but also at PDSD and ASDB Tucson ground campuses. What we found was the PDSD team had developed a format that all interpreters completed prior to an IEP meeting. This form was then shared with the DHH teachers to provide an update as it relates to interpreting, the expressive language of the student, and the needs of the students as it relates to growing through the communication standards they would need at PDSD. We took that information then back to our lead interpreters, shared that amongst the team, and also determined that we may want to adjust the form and look at next academic year to make it more fitting for the itinerant program. But we all agreed it was able to give us some standardization throughout the state, so all interpreters had a voice at all IEP meetings. We then looked at how we would share this out with the entire team. We sent the information out statewide to all staff, so we'd have the opportunity to have that discussion as a team. We reached out to our lead supervisor DHH teachers and developed a pattern so the interpreter not only sent the information to the TOD, but also to the lead DHH and their current director. This enabled the team to look through the information, share amongst the team, and make sure that we were prepared for any IEP meeting and or any discussions the IEP team may have. This enabled all interpreters to have a voice at all IEP meetings throughout the state of Arizona. There is opportunity for interpreters to attend IEP meetings when we're looking at access to language. We also look at IEP meetings that may need additional support as it relates to the student's needs when they attend the IEP meeting and or needs of the IEP team. We've found that this practice has not only enabled the team to come together, but also given us good data as it relates to the role of the interpreter when not only attending the IEP meetings, but also their role working within the school system. This has given us the opportunity to really look at how interpreters provide services on a daily basis to the student that they're assigned to. I'm very proud of the work that the team did coming together and pulling together that short 2 years ago, 5 different regions under 3 lead interpreters, Rosie Hicks and myself, to really look at what best practice could be within the agency and mimic what the schools have been doing in their past practices. Again, I appreciate the work of our team. I appreciate the voices that we had at the table, and I appreciate the standardization that we've had within the itinerant program. I'll be available for any questions from the board, Annette Reichman, or Dr. Rex for the remainder of the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Superintendent Reichman, did you have anything further to say?
This is Superintendent Reichman. No, now is your opportunity to ask any questions of Mr. Johnson. And we also have our 3 lead interpreters with us. And Mr. Johnson, would you mind introducing those 3 lead interpreters to the group, please? So
Yes.
that the board knows who they are.
Absolutely. Could we have the 3 lead interpreters turn on cameras? And I'm gonna have them introduce themselves. So we'll kind of go by region with that. We'll start in Southern Arizona. So MJ, would you mind introducing yourself first and how many years you've been with the agency?
Sure. Thank you very much, Jay and Dr. Rex and Reichman. My name is Mary Jo Muniz. I work in Region 3. I've been with the agency for 17 years and 14 years as a supervisor for interpreters.
Thank you, MJ. We'll move our way north just a bit to Brian in Region 2.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry about that. Hello, everybody. My name is Brian von Fulmer. I'm the lead interpreter for Region 2 in Phoenix, and I've been working for 10 years with ASDB.
Sorry to interrupt. This is Aaron. Somebody has their mic on. Can we restart that portion, please? Thank you.
I'm sorry about that feedback. Is that any better? Can you?
No, not really.
Brian, now we can't hear you at all.
There's always something, huh?
Hey, Brian, go ahead and just turn down the volume on your computer. That's probably the issue.
They're all in the same spot.
Okay, is this better?
It seems like you might have multiple windows open or your volume is turned up.
It's all the way off, sorry.
Right, I'm taking the meeting.
This is Aaron.
It looks like it's MJ that has her mic on.
How about now? Is that a little bit better?
Perfect.
Sorry about that. Gotta love technology. It works great sometimes and then sometimes it doesn't.
Sorry.
But hello, my name is Brian von Fulmer. I am the lead interpreter of Region 2 in Phoenix, and I've been working for ASDB for 10 years.
Thank you, Brian. Yeah, technology can be challenging for all of us now and again. And last but not, certainly not least, we'll go to the north and to the west. And Linda, would you mind introducing yourself and years with the agency?
Okay, hi. Can you hear me? My name is Linda Sullivan. I have been with the agency for 16 and a half years, 17 years. I've been lead interpreter for about 10 and a half years now. And I'm in the Yuma area and a lot of the northern and western part of Arizona.
Thank you, Linda.
This is Superintendent Reichman. Now, as board members, it is your opportunity to ask any questions that you may have of Jay and the 3 lead interpreters.
Hi, this is Lynn. I'd like to know what the procedure is now for interpreters. We know that they are related service providers who may or may not be attending the IEP meeting. What is the procedure for having them attend? They have critical knowledge of the student. Many of them, most of them see the kids way more than any of the TODs, especially in the itinerant area. So what is the policy of having them attend IEP meetings?
You know, Lynn, that's a great question. And thank you for asking that. So I'm going to kind of give the bones. I'll give the bones part of that, but I am going to turn to the 3 experts because they're the ones that are helping us manage that. And that will be MJ, Brian, and Linda. So the bones of it is that we took the format, as I mentioned before, from PDSD, and we pushed that out statewide. So each interpreter can make their own copy of the same form, which then looks at everything related to the interpreting services that a child is receiving. There's also a portion that gives us a narrative on what's happening in the classroom, concerns they may have, issues going on, and those type of things as well. That then form gets sent out to the lead TOD as well as the TOD working in that particular school with that student and the director. That group then comes together, reviewing that information, making sure we're asking questions, what is happening in the classroom, concerns they may have, what would be happening as far as maybe expressive language or whatnot, and then determine as a team whether or not they need additional information and or if the interpreter would need to attend. Again, based on if there's access to language, based on a lot of different factors. And then what they do is that form then follows the DHH, the TOD at that time, to go to the IEP meeting and be able to share all that information. But to see some of the real world part of that, what I would like to do is to call in the 3 leads to give us an example from each region when they've utilized that information and how it's actually bettered the process to help us really move forward so every interpreter has a voice at every meeting. Because again, sometimes IEPs are during the academic day, and then we would look at services not being provided for a child after their work hours. There's a lot of different factors. So this was a way for us to
Doing this
really
for many years, Jay, and we usually make sure that all the pertinent team members who have knowledge of a student are able to attend the meeting in person, because if you've been in these IEP meetings, you know that many things come up during the discussion that isn't on a piece of paper. And we can discuss best practices after we hear from the 3 leads.
And Lynn, again, I agree with you that there are a lot of schools that will look at the availability of the team to be there. But we have about 220 school districts and charters we work with. And I can tell you that the practice is all over as far as when meetings are held, and we don't really have control over when that case manager is going to hold the meeting. But I'm going to turn it over to MJ first to kind of give us, an example on when they've utilized that information and what the outcomes have been for her interpreter. Again, being part of that and the conversation that she's had, not only with the TOD, but also she works hand in hand with Karen, our lead supervisor teacher down in Tucson. So I don't know if her video is still on or not, MJ?
Thank you very much, Jay. And I appreciate your questions, and I absolutely understand your concerns. Definitely the role and responsibility of the interpreter is to provide information regarding access. And definitely we have to look at various components of when an interpreter provides information to the team. We have about 60 interpreters in total. And if you look at interpreting, there's many different philosophies of how do you go about remaining in your role and responsibilities. So the directors and the leads kind of sat down and try to put systems in place where they can attend and share information. However, just making sure that they stay true to their role and responsibility and speak to that. Because sometimes if an interpreter misspeaks or maybe kind of talks more towards the curriculum or behaviors, that is not an area in which we have expertise versus the teachers. So what we really want to do is protect the interpreter, protect the agency, and making sure that we build a system in which the interpreters can successfully speak to the role and responsibilities. And you're very right. The way I look at it is as an interpreter, it's a little bit different than the teachers. Teachers attend an IEP. What they do is they go from an IEP and then they have it the following year. So they collect data. So it's testing and everything. And then everyone comes to the table. The role of an interpreter is immediate. It's immediate to educate and re-educate and explain to their stakeholders, the hearing teacher, classrooms, students, and the deaf student, what the role and responsibilities. I'll give you an example. For instance, closed caption. We all know that deaf children need to be exposed to that. So as an interpreter, we wouldn't want our staff members to say, well, we're going to bring that to the IEP in several months and ask the teacher to have closed captioning. We're doing that immediately. So whereas teachers are collecting data, we are working with the stakeholders, the teachers, the staff members, the students, and being able to modify what needs to be done in that moment. So hopefully at that junction, there's less to say at that IEP, but I completely understand what you're saying. We are not saying that interpreters don't have much to bring to the table, but we want to make sure that they're speaking definitely to the role and responsibility. I hope this maybe provides a little bit more information. I'm not sure if you have questions for Jay.
And typically I would, I don't know if you know this, MJ, I've been a teacher of the hearing impaired for many, many years and have worked with many, many interpreters and have been in many different positions in many different school districts. The interpreter does bring a lot to the table. And typically what would happen and what could be instructed by the agency, whatever, is that the TOD and the interpreter talk about what's going to be discussed at the IEP meeting so that everyone's clear in their roles. Yeah, they don't discuss how they're doing academically, but interpreters have so much information about how that student is communicating with their peers, interacting, just classroom activities. I can't tell you how much valuable information I've gotten from my interpreters in those meetings.
So Lynn, again, I know that it is a team approach you're looking at. And MJ, can you go more specific into how you've utilized what we've looked at as far as policy and procedures where maybe the interpreter's not attended, but how their voice has been there and how they've partnered their work with the TOD?
Sure, absolutely. With this new model and the systems in place, we have a form that we borrowed from PDSD, which Jay had already mentioned. So it's a checklist of various features of the language and communication access. And they're there to give that to us as leads, to the director, the TOD and the TOD supervisor. And if it's deemed just to be able to attend an IEP, they attended. I had one interpreter down in Sahuarita area, South Tucson, that because of the specific needs of that student, a further discussion was needed at the IEP, and that interpreter attended. But again, it's guided. And I definitely support what you're saying, and I value your investment in interpreters very dearly. Can I give you an offset of something that does happen more than not? Because we're looking at 60 interpreters. I had an interpreter that was at a school assigned. The principal came in and said, is the student using you? And offhand said, no, it doesn't really look at me. In the afternoon, that interpreter was in my office. And I said, I think you're supposed to be at the school site. Why are you here? The interpreter said, the principal dismissed me. The interpreter is not needed. So that's how detrimental it can be as far as relationships with districts. It could be an offset comment that we want to make sure that, again, it was harmless. It maybe have been accurate, but we have to make sure that interpreters are speaking in a particular structured way regarding their role and responsibilities.
I guess I've been pretty lucky. I've worked with fabulous interpreters, and I don't know what I would have done without them. How many cases like that compared to how many wonderful, successful, supportive interpreters do you have? And I know, I've talked to Phoenix College and their program, and they do weeks talking about how to participate in an IEP, the importance of the IEP, and not to go off on you, MJ, it's just in general. The EIPA lists the importance of interpreters at an IEP meeting. We have Hands and Voices, we have Boys Town through classroom interpreting, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. They all say interpreters should be attending IEP meetings as best practice. And that's always been my practice for many years. And I will have the interpreter participating as a team member and then get an interpreter for the student if he is attending, so that gets.
I absolutely support what you're saying, and I've been in the field for 30 years.
I can't imagine not having interpreters.
But I also, maybe to give you a wider scope for Tucson, we hire a lot of practicum students. They come right in year 1, year 2. And again, we're pushing 60 people forward and trying to get them all trained to know exactly what to say legally, the legalities of an IEP. There is challenges. I guess I would pose to the superintendent, I would pose to Jay, what happens when our team is not prepared in that way? What is the detriment to the agency? What is the detriment to the district?
So, and here's the thing, I know we could probably write dissertations and papers on so many different topics that we're already kind of touching on here. But one of the things, Lynn, that I wanted to share with you is that as we were doing our research, we did not only look internally on what we were doing as a practice within our agency and knowing what the 2 campuses were doing comparative to the itinerant program, but we also looked externally. And I did speak with special education directors that have their own program, very similar to Glendale Union, and asked them and said, tell me about how your interpreters participate. And it might be surprising to know that the directors I spoke with said, our educational interpreters never attend an IEP meeting. I'm just sharing with you that the ones
I've worked in Mesa and Tucson, and they've always participated.
I'm just sharing with you, Lynn, and really, and really what it came down to, we had an imbalance of the work that was going on. And the imbalance was we had things that were happening throughout the entire itinerant, and not just in one region or another. We were finding all types of either concerns from all walks of folks, and we brought it together with the 3 leads, like I mentioned, as well as Dr. Rex and as well as Rosie Hicks. So we could all talk about this together, very in an open conversation. And what we determined is we needed to have a system that was set. And that system was to bring forth all the voices of all the interpreters. When MJ mentions the 60 interpreters, they're not all just in Southern Arizona. That's throughout, the entire state. And then how do we support them in an accurate way to make sure that it's a standardization? And that standardization was the procedure that was shared with you. And what we found is it's been very positive interacting, because the TOD now having a good understanding of what's happening within those classrooms and a good understanding of what's happening in the basis of the information they're receiving prior to an IEP, which then could affect them writing goals, as you know, could affect them looking at the service time that's there. There's a lot of factors that go into that. And that's the pre-planning that we're now doing throughout the state. Does that say that an interpreter will never attend any IEP meeting? That was never what was stated to anybody. But what we're looking at is, do we need to attend all IEP meetings? And that's what the team came up with. And again, we had our DHH folks also involved in this conversation, got their feedback, and looking and saying, it's like looking the eye in IEP being individualized. Not all kids need all services. So we were looking at saying, well, do all kids need all interpreters to be there? And that team coming together, and the answer that they came up with, those experts within our field said no, but there may be times that they need to attend. And that's where we look through that standard practice and what we could be doing with that. I did have some conversation with the U of A and their programming there. They're actually looking at adding in a more component under IDEA and really understanding as a related service what their role is with that. I'm in the midst right now of working with Holly. So she's actually going to build a module so they understand the difference between what an association may say versus what the public law has to say and what IDEA has to say. So we've got good conversation happening at multiple levels with that.
And I'm just, from the public comments at the last board meeting, I've gotten a number of calls from various different people, and there's a lot of concern out there. I'm concerned basically about kids and making sure that the information is on the table. IEP meetings are really important, and we need to get talk to special ed directors. And the comment I got was, if they went to due process and the attorney asked, was everyone present at the table who has information about the student? The answer would have to be no.
I think, Lynn, it would be great for us to get a study session with you and really talk to some of those folks that are within those concerns, because then we can always look where this is an ongoing process. And I know, as well as I do, and as well as everybody that's on this call right now, we all want to put students first. We all want to make sure we're doing what's right for every student there. And like I said, we took all the information we had at the time. We took all of the data that we had. We took all the experts' opinion within the agency and outside the agency. And like I mentioned, the university as well, and really tried to make the best decision we could based on all that information. But we're always open for additional conversation. And I'd welcome that.
And we heard some last board meeting. Could we hear from the other two?
Sure.
Lead interpreters, please.
I do want to.
I'm going to turn off my video and I think give somebody else a chance.
So Lynn, and I do want to recognize that you're right. We did hit it here at the last board meeting from one region of the state. The other two regions we had not heard voices from. The one region that we did not hear from was MJ's, which she shared information on that. But let's continue through the state. And Brian, you'd be up next in our pattern with that. Can you talk to and speak to how your folks have utilized this format and the form information and how it's gone to the TOD and how it's actually impacted the work they're doing?
Yes, thank you, Jay. So we had used the same form that was given to us from PDSD, and all of our interpreters have followed that. They've submitted documentation based on what information they felt applied to the students' communication.
Mr. Von Fulmer, I'm sorry,
Yes.
this is David. Sorry to interrupt you. It is 7:10, so it's been 90 minutes. So I do want to give the interpreters a 10-minute break. So we're going to return at 7:20.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, everyone, it's 7:20, so we're back. Thank you for that break. Mr. Johnson, I have some questions for you when you're ready.
Sure.
Sure. So, and again, I just want to kind of summarize, what we've been hearing and what prior practice was. So prior practice, was prior practice depended on the region or differed depending on the region, depending on the school. So in some regions, educational interpreters attended IEP meetings as a rule. At PDSD, they filled out a form that was then submitted to the IEP team for the meeting as part of your standardization to ensure uniformity of services across the state. You surveyed a variety of practices, both within the agency and without, and you, along with others, made the decision to adopt the PDSD format statewide by using the form for all educational interpreters to submit it to the IEP team for their meetings. Is that correct?
Yes. And what we found is in some regions of the state, our interpreters weren't involved with the IEP team at all. So we wanted to give them an opportunity to be involved.
Okay. So across the state, now an IEP, as you know, is an individualized document. So, if we have 60 children and we look at 60 IEPs, none of them are going to be the same. But in general, are the educational interpreters part of the IEP team?
Well, I think as Deborah mentioned earlier, they're considered a related service, and many related service folks are part of teams and giving information that's there. We also know that sometimes even our gen ed peers or our special education peers don't attend IEP meetings, but then we'll give a summary of performance that's happening with a particular student. So that does become part of the record. And that information is included either as part of the MET determining services and or helping develop IEP goals or service time.
But if I were to look at, again, the group of students that we're talking about, look at survey their IEPs. The IEPs have an IEP team, specific named individuals as part of that IEP team. Their general education teachers, some of their special education teachers, some of those related service personnel. Are the educational interpreters in general listed and are part of the IEP teams for these students?
I think I know where you're going with that. So if we look at the signature page, that's when we would know who's in attendance, right? For any IEP, as you guys know. There isn't a location that's on there that lists through either IEP Pro or other IEP programs that specifically lists an IEP educational interpreter. But like I said, we have many folks who attend all types of IEP meetings and MET meetings that would be under that related services umbrella, which could be a multitude of an OT, a PT, an SLP, which again may not attend all meetings, but then their voices are heard through any IEP.
Okay, so what you're telling me is the education interpreters are typically not part of the IEP team.
There isn't a location on the signature page specifically for an educational interpreter. I can tell you that. And it varies. Our state is a local control state. So what varies from one district could be very different than the district right next door. We find that within the itinerant program all the time as it relates to the services that we provide that are standardized, but then how the school district goes about how they actually implement the other portions of the IEP can vary from district to district.
I understand that in the itinerant services model, the local school districts have a great deal of control as to how the IEPs are formed. But as the agency, we see all of these, right? We have a survey of all of these IEPs. And I guess I'm not asking whether or not there's a signature line that says educational interpreter. I'm asking if educational interpreter, John Doe, has he been added to the IEP? Because you can add people to the IEP teams, right? When you build the IEPs, you make up your IEP team, and there's not a a form that says educational interpreter, and that's not applicable to everyone with IEPs. There's a form that you add names and their respective roles. I've seen them. I've dealt with IEPs for a long time. Personally, my personal life. So you add those roles, and there could be OT, there could be speech therapy, and those people are named as individuals on the IEP team, and that's in. I know that the tools enable you to do that. The IT tools enable you to do that. Even if the IP tools didn't enable you to do that, that's not necessarily make something right or wrong either. But I guess what I'm hearing from you though is that educational interpreters, as having seen IEPs across hundreds of students that we serve in the itinerant services organization, you're saying that most of the time, the educational interpreter is not a member of the IEP team.
So I think you're bringing up a great question. And I really think it's something that our team could go back and do an audit and actually give that information in February. When we come together, we're going to have a work study session with the board. And I think that would be a great opportunity for us to come back to the table and give some of that historical data that we have, and then also look at where we've been moving forward together. I could look at that and give a report back to the board during that work study session.
Right, and I'm interested in current. I mean, historical is fine, but I'm really interested in of the IEPs that we help serve. And you're right, school districts provide some of the services on their own. We only provide certain services for our expertise. Do we have educational interpreters as members of the IEP team? Is that a frequent occurrence? Is that in all cases? Is that in no cases? Is that in 75% of the cases? We're interested in whether or not these IEP teams include educational interpreters. And from what you're telling me is, I guess if you're saying that your sense is that they're generally, that you don't know an exact number, but in general, you believe that they are not members of the IEP team.
So again, I would need to look at the data that we have. We have just over 1,200 students within the itinerant program. So I could pull our teams together to research that and then have that prepared for the board in February and really speak to that. I really want to speak, I would be speaking from the cuff, and I'd rather not do that here.
Sure.
But I'd rather have the real hard numbers for you. And we would look at the current IEPs that we have in Power School, so we could pull that and see how many of them had educational interpreters attending versus not attending.
No, it's not just attending, just as a member of a team. I'm not speaking about who's attending yet, although we're going to get there. I'm talking about who is a named member of the IEP teams. And when we survey all of the IEPs that we help serve, what percentage of them, for deaf students, obviously the blind students would need them unless they're deafblind. For the students that we serve that use educational interpreters, what percentage of them are named members of the IEP team or are not members of the IEP team is what I'm looking at, that specific point. The second part is, are you aware of parents asking to name an educational interpreter as part of an IEP team?
Currently, I have not received any information from our locations of parents asking why an educational interpreter was not present at a meeting.
Not present. Again, I'm not speaking about attendance at meetings. I'm talking about, are you aware of a situation where a parent has in an IEP meeting or called an IEP meeting for the purposes of at least saying, I would like to add the educational interpreter that works with my child to the IEP team?
I am not aware of that. But again, I could look at our current data and do a deeper dive for our February meeting.
Okay. So if we move on to attendance, it is now, you've now pushed this form model out to the itinerant services organization. So the agency, what you're telling me is that you've made an agency decision to, I would say, discourage or prevent educational interpreters from attending IEP meetings. Is that correct?
I don't know if that's the wording I would use. What I would say is that we want to make sure we're reviewing all the information about the services a student is receiving to make sure that it's deemed appropriate for an interpreter to go to that meeting. And that's the process that we're looking at. And that's why that information is provided up to the TOD, the lead supervisor TOD, and the director. So again, that team can come together and really look at the needs of the child, the needs of the program, and then the needs of our educational interpreters. They're still important, in that process.
Have there been any instances where recently, since the form practice has been implemented, have there been any instances where it was determined that an educational interpreter was needed at an IEP meeting?
Absolutely, there has.
Okay, so since this change has been made, there have been determinations that educational interpreters were needed at an IEP meeting, and did they in fact attend those IEP meetings?
They did, under the direction of the TOD and the lead TOD and the director.
Okay. And for the times that it was determined by others that the educational interpreters would not need to be at the meeting, has the educational interpreter ever disagreed with that determination and thought that they should attend?
There has been some conversation within a couple of the regions of the state with interpreters understanding how we're utilizing that important information. But then again, going back to the IEP team, the team and the responses that we've received back from our schools is they felt like they had all the data that they needed from the educational interpreter at that meeting.
Could we get numbers of how many interpreters have attended meetings who were requested? Could we see some numbers?
And Lynn, I would be happy to pull that together for our February meeting.
That'd be awesome. Thank you.
And then has a parent ever requested that an educational interpreter be present at a meeting?
The only request that I'm aware of is if a family has requested that, it was to have access for the child to be at the IEP meeting. Either it could be a student-led meeting, or maybe we have a high school student that's in attendance of their IEP meeting. And then we have provided the educational interpreter to provide access for that student.
So you're saying if the student, because there are times for older students who they attend the IEP meeting. So you're saying that in instances where the student attends the IEP meeting, the parents have asked for the educational interpreter to be present.
It's been rare that a family has asked that because, again, since we have a process now, we've known that on the front end and we've approved that interpreter to go to the meeting. But so sometimes the parents might be a little anxious and maybe they're not aware that that educational interpreter is going to attend. So they may reach out to us just to confirm. But it hasn't been like a parent request because we try to be more proactive than reactive with that. And in that way, that proactive approach is assigning the educational interpreter to attend.
Okay. In cases where the child is not present at the IEP meeting, has a parent ever asked for the educational interpreter to be present at the meeting?
Not to my knowledge, but again, I could reach out to the team to see if some information has been provided.
Okay. And on these IEP meetings where the educational interpreter is not present, is it the standard practice of the agency to obtain written consent of the parent for the excusal or lack of attendance for the educational interpreter?
We have not developed that procedure with that, and that has not been requested by any one of our school districts or charters.
Okay, so it's our agency's practice to not send the educational interpreters in these cases, but you do not believe that we're getting parental consent for that.
That is not something that has been bubbled up to my level at this point. Okay. Again, when we look at IDEA and we look at the practice with our school districts and charters, they're the holder of the IEP. So they are the case manager, they are, the LEA that's in charge of that IEP. So if there was information that they requested from us, if someone was going to be in non-attendance and they wanted parent permission, we would provide that and work collaboratively with them. but none of the districts nor charters have requested that from us since they are the lead and case manager.
Those are all my questions for now. Is there anyone else?
I don't know if we still wanted to hear from the other leads.
You know, I think, I mean, we certainly can. I mean, you know, we are going to talk about best practices and, you know, things of that nature. So, you know, we certainly can, if there's some interest, that they can briefly give us some input.
Okay. Thank you. And I know Brian was going to share how he's utilized the format and how the TOD has been able to use that information. And Brian, are you still with us? There you are.
Hi, yes, I'm still here. Thank you. So in Region 2, historically, we have attended IEP meetings before in the past. So this is a bit of a new venture for us, but we've all complied with the processes that have been requested, which is filling out the PDSD form. And I do know that the PDSD form was utilized in a way that on their campus, if an interpreter was with a student for a couple hours only, they would be providing that form. The rest of the time they were with deaf staff, so who could speak to the language use of the students. So I think we're kind of trying to take the form and mold it to what we do, which I think could definitely be beneficial, as in the past, we've never been asked to provide anything written ongoing. There are TODs that we work with in our region who will reach out and say, hey, can you provide something for us? So there, it has been around the board that they've been asked to provide that, but nothing standardized. Again, as Jay was mentioning, nothing completely standardized across the whole agency. So we're starting to move in that direction. And I do know that there were many times that interpreters have requested specifically to go to IEP meetings. And I don't believe they were allowed to go to the meetings. So there seems to be a little bit of inconsistency that way. But I think that as we move forward in this new direction, I think we can all come together and find a way to create a more standardized system that creates a voice for the educational interpreters. Because I do support some of the opinions that were voiced today regarding the interpreters being in attendance at the meeting. And I'd like to specify attendance at the meeting is not to go and interpret at the meeting for a student that they see every day. It would be attendance at the meeting to sit at the table with the other members of the team. And we've done that all along in the past. So I would hope that there would be some discussion in the future about that we could do that. I know we have had an interpreter approved to go to the meeting to interpret for a high school student who was in attendance at her own meeting. But I think that having a little more voice from around the agency, from some of the staff that we work with out at the member schools, I think that would be a great opportunity to find kind of a happy balance that way. So other than that, if there's any additional information you need, I'm sure I'll be gathered for the February session and we can provide some of that for you.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
And we don't want to leave out Region 1. I know, Linda, you're also, I think, there.
Okay. Hi. Oh. There we go. Now you can see me. Yes. Before COVID, I was the lead director for SWR, which is Yuma. And in Yuma, SWR, we attended IEP meetings, and we also provided an interpreter if the student was there, so that the interpreter who was with the student every day was part of the meeting. Then when COVID hit, I took over as lead for the northern and western part of Arizona also. And we found that there were some of the newer interpreters there that had not been trained on how to attend a meeting and what to say at a meeting. So there were some problems that came up. So I understand the need to have the same thing all around and to figure out what to do. Like our questions, we did always write a paragraph and give it to the TOD, and it was put in an IEP. That was standard, but our form that we used was different from PDSD's, was different from what the other regions used. So we've now handed out the PDSD form to our interpreters, and they're using that to fill out, and they're requesting to go if they would like to go. I know one, we felt it was best if that interpreter did not go, because they're brand new interpreter. I have not had a chance to train that interpreter on what to say at a meeting, and we didn't want any problems to happen because of that. I have had a couple interpreters who went to the meetings, but they were as the interpreter because they were high school students who attended their own meetings, and they were deaf that need an interpreter at the meeting. And whatever your decision, whatever the decision is that's made, I know that I've talked with my interpreters in Yuma, and we will honor and respect the decision and abide by whatever the policy is.
Thank you, Linda. And, I want to kind of reiterate, what the three interpreters have said with this and the leads that are out there. That we looked at is all the information that we had from the entire continuum from 0 to 100. And what we looked at saying is, what can we do as a standard practice to involve all folks within the agency, all IEP members, and our partnering school districts and charters. And what we made was the decision with all voices present. And as I mentioned before, we also reached out to our DHH, our TOD counterparts, and making sure that we had the information from them as well. And what the leads had kind of touched on, in some cases, we had a lot of documentation on the front end, and in some cases, we had zero documentation on the front end. So we improved that part of the process. And then also considering the need and purpose for the interpreter to be there. One of the things that just recently came up with another region of the state was an interpreter was being asked to attend an IEP meeting because they were considering using them as a paraprofessional. And as we all know, within our agreements, our interpreters are there to interpret for a child and not to cross that boundary over to a paraprofessional. Now, that doesn't mean they're not another adult in the room that can assist, from one thing to another, but there's a very fine line between interpreting and acting as a paraprofessional. And what we're trying to do is align those efforts throughout the state so our school districts and charters understand our role as part of ASDB and the needs of that child that may need a one-on-one paraprofessional assigned to them, and the interpreter is not in that role. So that's been one of the things that we have found through this process. We're able to take a higher view of all of the schools and all of the regions, and finding that in some cases in the past, we may have interpreters that had been in dual roles, attending those IEP meetings in that dual role, and really thinking on how much time they were interpreting versus how much time they may have been a paraprofessional, and thinking about what's in the best interest of that child and looking at the district to provide that para rather than having our interpreters in those dual roles. So that's one of the things that we found as almost an unintended consequence. We didn't realize that that was happening, but as we collected more data from our school districts and charters, we were able to see that there had been some misunderstandings throughout the field of interpreting. And how do we make sure that we make that a strong agreement between the districts and myself? and the districts and our agency and the districts and each one of the regions. So that's one of the things that's going on. And a matter of fact, we're going to be holding a meeting with one of our districts that had that misunderstanding coming up in the next week or so we can understand our role and their role as it comes to the education of the child.
Thank you. I just want to read a couple things. I have tons of information I could read on all night, but I'll save it for our work session. But just to quote, this was from the EIPA, Classroom Interpreting EIPA Standards. The interpreter should be present at IEP meetings as a member of the educational team and not as an interpreter. The interpreter should share observations about how well the student understands the interpreted classroom or any other issues related to interpreting. Hands and voices. The Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, a federal law, has classified educational interpreters as a related service provider. This means that your child's educational interpreter should participate in IEP meetings as a service provider, not as an interpreter for the student. And I have more, but that's all I'm going to bore you with tonight. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Lynn. Are there any more comments from the board? Again, this is an information only item, so we can't take any action here. But if there's any other comments, we'll move on. And I don't see any. So let's move on to 4.01, information item finance report.
Thank you, President Nigro. Our most recent Finance Committee meeting was held last Thursday on January 13th with board members Gordon, Jantz, and Wonders, Superintendent Reichman, and Principal Akapnitis from the Phoenix campus. The formats, as well as more detailed information pertaining to the agency's fiscal update, was provided and discussed with the committee. In summary, we reviewed in detail and discussed the budget fiscal year 2022 numbers, the available cash balance, student-teacher ratios, and filled full-time equivalents, as well as the grant revenues and expenditure reports. We reviewed the per-student revenue and cost, and also spent some time with Principal Akapnitis describing the current student enrollment population on the Phoenix campus. We hope to be able to have our directors for early learning and the itinerant services programs provide similar information regarding their student population to the committee. Please note that the business services staff were not able to prepare the December 31st finance reports due to the agency being closed the last 2 weeks of the year and did not have enough time between the return break and the due date for report submission. As such, all of the finance reports that I will be discussing and summarizing is based on data as of November 30th. We will provide the December 31st and January 31st reports at the March 3rd board meeting. As referenced on page 1 of the financial report, ASDB had 2,130 enrolled students as of December 1st, an increase of about 22 students from last year's student count of 2,108. The increase is primarily within the itinerant K-12 and birth to age 3 programs, offset by a decrease in the site-based K-12 and preschool students. When you review the current school year 21-2022 student count, you'll see that as November 1st, we had 2,143 students. And as I mentioned, as of December 1st, we had 2,130. So a slight decrease of about 13 students from last month. As of January 1st, the student count has risen to 2,167. And included in those numbers is Desert Voices, preschool students at 2, and FBC preschool students at 45. On page 2, the average revenue, cost, and voucher reimbursement averages per student is shown by program. You'll see that the 2020-2021 school year student count, the average voucher revenue per student ranges between $26,000 to $32,000. The average fee for service and membership fee revenues per student is a little over $5,300. The average cost per student is anywhere between $7,000 to $76,000. The $7,000 would be for our birth to 3 students, and the highest would be $76,000 for the Tucson campus students. Preschool and Phoenix students average about $31,000, and our itinerant students average at about $15,000. Please be reminded that these calculations are just based on averages, regardless of disability type. And so what that means is we took those calculations based on averages regardless and did the total revenues and expenditures for our programs, divided that by the number of students. In the future, I would like to be able to provide more defined numbers where we're able to show the student costs per disability category rather than just focusing on the 4 different programs. As you know, ASDB receives voucher funding for our site-based and some of our itinerant preschool and K-12 program students. Some of our itinerant program students, on the other hand, are considered fee-for-service or consult students, and we do not receive revenues for our birth to 3 students. Funding gaps for program costs are covered through our general fund appropriations and other funds such as grants and donations. On the top of page 3, you'll see that as December 1st, we had over 509 filled FTEs and 747 staff members. We had approximately 95 vacancies actively being recruited for, which mainly consisted of our teachers, instructional assistants, interpreters, bus drivers, and other various positions. When we started off the school year, as of August 1st, we had about 521 filled FTEs, 94 vacancies, and 762 staff members. On the bottom of page 3 begins the financial summary, and you'll see that collected revenues are at $8.6 million versus $7.7, and the difference is about $925,000, primarily from grants, surplus revenues from disposal of assets, and gifts and donations that we have received revenues from. Current year expenditures plus our open purchase orders were at $23.9 million versus $25.3 million. And most of that decrease results from the extra pay period we had last year, where we had 27 pay periods versus the 26 this year. So this time last year, there were 11 pay periods paid, whereas this year we have 10. And as a reminder, our average cost each pay period just for payroll is about $1.6 million on a biweekly basis. And our total payroll expenses is at $15.9 million, which is on average about 77% of our incurred expenses to date. You'll see that we spent about 54% of our expenditures on instruction and instruction support, 10% on student support and shared services, and 11% on agency administration. You'll also see on page 10 that we have a $3.3 million deficit when you compare actual revenues of approximately $17.4 million to actual expenditures of $20.7. Last year at this time, however, we had a deficit of $4.5 million. Revenues were $16.7 million and the expenditures were $21.2 million. As a reminder, and I know you probably get tired of me saying it, but the deficit that we continue to have throughout the school year is not of any particular concern, as again, we're always 1 month behind in receiving our voucher revenue, which replenishes those expenditures that have incurred prior that month. Our available cash balance you'll see in the report as of November 30th was $13 million. And that again is comprised of cash collected from various funding sources, which again, most of those are restricted for specific purposes. I want to mention that our new Director of Business Services, Kim Bittrich, will begin presenting the finance reports starting with the March 3rd board meeting. And if there are no questions on any of the information presented, that concludes my report of the agency's information and fiscal data for business services.
Thank you. Are there any board members have any questions for Ms. Cooper? I have a few. Ms. Cooper, I'd like you to go over again some of the costs per student. You talked about the voucher revenue for students varies between, I believe, 26,000 and 32,000, depending on disability category. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the average and the cost per student for PTSD is, if you can, I know you said it just before, but if you can refresh our
It's roughly about $31,000, the cost for PTSD students.
So the cost repeat. Now, last time we talked about, that's very
Excuse me,
different
President Niger, just a moment.
Yes.
There was one of the interpreters' computers crashed. So just give us a moment to sub out. Ms. Cooper,
Sure.
if you could go back for a moment.
Yes, to answer the question, our average revenue per student ranges $26,000 to $32,000. And I believe the question was the average cost per student for the PTSD students is about $31,000 based on actual expenditures of $7.9 million and a little less than 260 students.
Well, and that's where I want to ask some questions, right? Because last time I said in last meeting, I said, hey, look, our expenditures by program, we can look at our PTSD revised budget on this report. It's on page 6. We can divide by the 241 enrollment, and we get a number about 54,643. And you agreed, if you go back and look at that tape, not that there's tape anymore, actual tape. You agreed that that was about right. That was in the ballpark. And now you're telling me that it's a number, and that far exceeds the voucher revenue. So now you're telling me that it's in fact $31,000. So that's and when I look at your report today, I can do that same math and say the revised. And by the way, this is you're pulling out administration. There's $9.9 million on the line item for administration. $13.169 million for the entirety of PTSD. We'll put that aside. If I take the $13.169 million of budget for PTSD and divide by 241 students, which is found earlier in your report, I get $54,643. So can you help me understand how both of those things could be true?
So remember the numbers I'm providing is based on last year's actual expenditure specifically for the PTSD campus. And so taking the total expenditures, which you'll see on the report, again, is roughly.
Well, I see 12 million for last year.
7.9 million just for the instructional program expenses for the PTSD campus. Notice just the instructional components of that. So that would include, for example, all of the instruction, all of the student support. It includes food services, all of those expenses specifically for that. We do exclude administration expenses, but this is just the cost associated with the student per se expenses, which again is less than what you'll see on the previous report. That's why this report only shows 7.9.
And yeah, and let's go through that a little more, right? So you're saying if you look at that number is based on last year, the entire year, and you're saying that we had a budget of $12 million for PDSD, but we in fact only spent
$7.9 million.
Okay, that's the budget balance. Is there an actual here? Total encumbrances. I mean, I see an actual expenditure of 3.9 if I'm looking at on page 6. But you're saying that $31,000 number doesn't include administration, or what doesn't it include?
It doesn't include any of the agency administration. It would not include any of the other unallocated agency-wide costs that we have, any statewide services that may occur on the Phoenix campus as well. So you may be referring to the actual budget and not looking at the actual expenditures.
So the budget, and I see the revised budget, and that was the math that we did last time. We talked about last time. The revised, we looked at the revised budget column divided by the number of students. So you're saying that the budget balance, if we look, and I was looking at 2021, and I know we're still in that year. We can look at the year prior. That's fine. And there's an original budget, and then there's an actual expenditure of 3.9 million. Is that
number is as of November 30th.
Okay. So you're saying that.
So you're showing the 12.1 original budget, which again is for the whole year. The 4 million you're seeing under expenditures is actually just from July through November. The little less than $8 million number that I gave you is for the entire year.
Okay, so last year we budgeted $12 million, but we in fact spent $7.9 million.
$9 million. That's correct.
7.9.
Correct.
Okay. And so we had a large surplus in that area.
We did not. We did have. I'd have to go back. Hold on one second.
Because it seems like you're telling me we're budgeting for $55,000 per student, and we're coming in at $31,000 a student when we've actually spent the money. But that doesn't make much sense to me that we're over budgeting by millions and millions of dollars.
Yes, and again, that's based on the original budget. We did have to make revisions throughout the remainder of the year. Remember, July through November is 4 months into the fiscal year. We still have about 8 more months still left into the year. I'd have to actually look at the year to date PDSD numbers to give you compare the actual budget to the expenditures to determine also if there was a revised budget throughout the rest of the fiscal year as well.
Okay, because that's a big difference, right? If we're over, because it seems like we're doing that this year too, right? I mean, we have a revised budget of $13 million,
yes.
And the actual expenditure is 4.3. It says. I mean that again, that's as of November 30th. It's not the whole time. But I mean, where are those extra millions of dollars going? I guess if we
normally
budget, and if we're doing
about
that every year.
We do budget about $58 to $60 million, and most of that is because of payroll. However, throughout the year, we are averaging a little over, if I recall, about $2 million in vacancy savings. So we're projecting that we're going to have all positions filled from July through June, and ultimately that does not occur. You just heard me say we had a little less than 100 vacancies. So at the time we're building the budget, we're assuming that all of these positions that we're actively recruiting for are going to be filled. So most of that $2 to $3 million gap between budget to actual is mainly payroll. Also, we do budget for any obligations that we will have, for example, contractual services. Sometimes those contractual services in terms of those projected costs will be a lot less than what we initially incurred. But most of the $1 million to maybe about $2 to $3 million in over projections is again payroll.
Okay, because overall, I mean, we look at the lined up. I mean, we have a revised budget of $61 million.
Yes,
and we're looking at the actual expenditures at 20. Again, this isn't the full year, and maybe I need to look at the full year snapshot. But it seems that just seems, kind of off to me if we're budgeting for so much more than so much more than we're actually spending, and then that drives the question of where's that extra money going, right?
It's not it's not money, it's budget. There's a difference between budget versus actual expenditures. So again, as I mentioned, most of what we're budgeting for extra is assuming that all those positions are going to be filled. Also, that actually helps us if there's unexpected expenditures that do occur. As you've heard, the last 2-3 years since I've been here, we've actually been able to end in a surplus rather than a deficit. And that's based on comparing to actual revenues. We get actual revenues of about 60 million. So we're going to assume that we're not going to exceed what we incurred in expenditures. Our actual expenditures have been averaging between $58 to $59 million recently. But again, I expect that to be less this year because of that 1.6 million in extra payroll last year. So you'll hear more information in the work study session that I will be doing I believe in the next 2 months in April, next 2 to 3 months in April, and I can walk through more information at that time. Also, you're more than welcome to sit in on the finance committee meetings that we have right before the board meetings as well.
Right, but again, that's a different, I'm getting a much different story today than I did last time, right? I'm getting so we're budgeting, what you're telling me is that we're budgeting $55,000 a student, but we're only spending $31,000 on the PDSD campus for last year, for all of last year.
Actually, we project revenue based on the actual voucher revenue at that time that we have enrollment as of the October 1st data count. So it will not be based on actual expenditures. We take projected enrollment times projected voucher revenue, and that's what we're projecting in terms of voucher revenue per student. And again, as I mentioned at last board meeting, when you asked me the question, I did not feel comfortable responding to the answer because I did not have the information in front of me at that time. So
that's correct. That's correct. And you did agree though that it was in the ballpark, and that's so that's why I understood that to be correct. So what I guess what I'm saying is that the budget we're budgeting at one level nearly twice the amount than we're actually spending.
No, I would disagree with you.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And tell me why. If we have a budget, and I know that the budget assumes that we're going to have all these vacancies filled, sure. But if we have a budget of $13 million this year for PDSD, and again, I mean, we could talk about Tucson campus, doesn't matter. And we know our enrollment, and you're telling me that last year we budgeted $12 million, 12.1, and we actually spent 7.9, although that excludes various other services. I mean, there are exclusions that I'd like to see, but you're telling me that we only spent 7.9. So that's millions and millions of dollars that we over budgeted. And I'd like to know why. And I understand, yeah, things come up. I mean, I'm not complaining that we didn't spend all the money, or that we had it left over to be able to provide transportation, which we weren't expecting. I understand that, but is that a normal practice to over budget by a factor of 2x?
No, it's not. And again, that's something that we're still continuing to work with the budget team, is to actually project more accurately, which is why we actually do it based on actual revenues projected, as well as more in terms of enrollment projections, actual expenditures in terms of looking at our actual obligations. But no, it's not a, should I say, normal practice to overinflate. But again, that's something that we're continuing to work on these last 2 years. So yes, you are correct in that aspect. And again, like I said, in terms of us being able to have the extra vacancy savings because we do not fill those positions, that has helped us in terms of being able to offset any of those unexpected obligations that we have. So for example, even with the transportation expected costs that we have with the LEA, changes, that has also been included in the projections of the $60 million budget as well. So again, we may be over projecting in terms of those dollar amounts, but it's based on that information that we have at the time that we're building the budget, July through August. So we're also building a budget 1 year in advance, actually sometimes 2 years in advance. So that's why I say throughout the year, we're having to make constant revisions, working more closely with each of the individual departments. So that's something we continue to strive on. And as you know, and as you've been here for a couple of years, that's something that we're trying to continue to make improvements on.
Okay. And so these actual expenditures for the campus, you said they do exclude a lot of things. What do they include? Is it just teacher time and instruction, or is it teacher and educational interpreter and certain other staff? And it's food service. I think you mentioned that. Tell me what it includes.
It includes the transportation. It also includes food services. It includes all of the educational instruction, so your teachers, the instructional assistants, the tech aid interveners. It also does include your support services staff. So it would include the educational interpreters, the student health center. So that's where most of those expenditures is for the instruction side.
Okay, but not and just one thing there, you mentioned transportation, but we're talking about numbers from last year.
Mm-hmm.
Right, last school year when we weren't responsible for transportation, right? So what transportation did we spend our funds on?
Staff. Most of our transportation expenditures is for staff. So for the PDSD campus last year, of the $1.3 million in transportation costs for PDSD, $970,000 of that was just for payroll. The remaining $300,000 was for other operating expenditures, for example, for our equipment for the buses, and so forth.
Okay, so what you're saying is that it's not transportation for students like we're doing this year, because we didn't have that obligation then. So when you're saying transportation, it's a much smaller number. But that doesn't include school administration and upkeep of the physical plant.
No, it excludes the facilities. It also includes any of the donations, any other of the statewide services that we have with our blind and deaf programs. And it does not include, for example, any of the administration, HR, business services, superintendent, ODD, any of that. It excludes all of that.
Right, that's all in the administration statewide. Okay.
Yes.
And what was the average cost per student on the Tucson campus?
Give me 1 second. For the Tucson campus, it was about $76,000. For the 112 students, their total actual expenditures was $8.5 million.
Okay, and 77, right? And because that's the number, more in line with the budget. But it seems like, I'm sorry, what was their total expenditure there? 9 million, you said?
8.5.
8.5, okay.
Mm-hmm.
8.5. Okay. All right. Are there any other questions? PV?
Yes, just one thing I wanted to add, and for clarification purposes, being on the finance committee, one thing that we kept discussing was, yes, absolutely. We have a predicted budget as far as what expenditures we would be providing services for. And so those are for the students' services that they need, whether it's for the FAPE purposes, for free and appropriate educational. So that's the minimum requirement that we have to project a budget for. Part of the challenge and the issue that has come up that we've noticed is that many of those vacancies are not filled, which in turn impacts the actual expenditures because those positions have not been spent. Therefore, payroll costs are technically saving, but yet we still have to predict the expenditure budget for next year, for the following year. For example, in the second example that was given, Those vacancies that have not been filled, that was related cost with positions that we're not just doing for payroll. For example, if you have resources or materials or office supplies, et cetera, in relation to those positions and we don't use those resources, that means that the funds were not spent. So we still are putting that in the projected amount. So in order to be able to provide the appropriate and reasonable accommodations or free education for our students. The challenge between making sure that we are projecting appropriately and we have enough financially, at the same time expending and making and knowing the real world issues that have occurred with the pandemic, since the historical issues within the board and the finance committee, I've noticed that Ms. Cooper has been very specific and very detailed with business services. And I appreciate that. I think in the other way around, we haven't had previous projected items or operating costs. We were always in the red. So we were overspending. So now, like she said, she's able to flip that. We have a surplus. So I really commend your work. And I see that change. And this is a good type of problem to have per se. So I just want to put that out there. And again, thank you again, Ms. Cooper, for your continuous work and your efforts within the Finance Committee.
Thank you, PV. Thank you.
Right. I think we really need to see year over year. These are year over year numbers, but we need to see the totals, and we need to see where we're projecting the spending to be, right? Because if you're telling me that we're under budget by millions of dollars, and the surplus last year was, refresh my recollections, between $1 and $2 million. Is that correct?
It was about 2 million.
About 2 million, right? So if we're over budgeting by millions of dollars for each program, right? You know, almost a factor, again, I don't know, 1.8x maybe on for both PDSD and Tucson. I mean, the board really is going to have to see where that extra budget was actually spent, right? We allocated it for these, for those programs. We didn't get a red line, or we weren't, we didn't get a $5 million surplus or a $10 million surplus. We got a $2 million. So I think we're going to need to see how that happened in more, in a year over year type, or not year over year, year end format.
Yes, and I can provide that.
Thank you. All right. If there's no other comments, we can move on.
This is PV, President.
Oh, yes, PV. Sure.
Yes, I also like to add a couple of things within the finance discussion, the committee discussion. Some things that we also touched on as a reminder is what is forecasted. That budget is the minimum amount that we have to have in order to maintain services. And but that is with all vacancies that are filled, all materials, all resources to be able to provide the service. So for example, one thing that came up within the finance committee discussion was that we had almost over 100 vacancies within the agency, which obviously impacts expenditures. And so another part of trying to forecast our budget is that some of our revenues that ASDB is receiving are one-time occurrences. So these are one-time receivables. And so when that fund is spent, then therefore that fund is not a continuous form of surplus and it does not contribute back to ASDB. So it might seem like we have this surplus amount now, where in fact that's a fund that's already been distributed. So we no longer have use of that surplus per se. And that the second point I'd like to discuss is that Shane and I did discuss extensively is the language is not per se surplus. That's not really what it actually means. It's a positive cash balance, which means that by the end of the actual financial fiscal year, that the actual expenditures would be more closer to what we had projected. Because again, we are receiving all of the invoices, we are receiving all the different contracts and we're paying out for that. So the different vouchers that we are receiving, sometimes we are told that we will be receiving this specific amount. And so we budget for that. And then later down the road, they've actually changed that amount. And And so that puts us in a situation where we have to redistribute it once again. So I say this because it does come up in our financial committee discussions. And it's funny because during my first session in the committee, which was scheduled for an hour, in my understanding now, this is why I schedule for an hour and a half from here on out. I'm constantly asking questions like you, President Nigro, and so about the different things. And there's lots of good questions and items that we cover, and you make a great point, but there are other sides to this. And there are very detailed assessments that Shayna Cooper does perform with her team that impacts expenditures. And speaking again on a positive to what we were looking at 3 or 4 years ago before Ms. Cooper was involved, this was the opposite. So we were going over budget constantly. So again, we're in a better situation than we were 4 years ago.
Thanks, Phoebe. You know, the agency's had vacancies, dozens and dozens of vacancies, and operated for years, right? I mean, that's you know, I know that we're budgeting for 100 extra positions, but we are nonetheless operating without that. And that's been like that for quite a long time. That predated the pandemic. But you know, in terms of budgeting for, you know, 1.8 times the amount that we're actually spending is, you know, something that we're really going to have to look at. And I think we're going to have to dig a little bit deeper there, because that's different from the information we got last time. And we're going to have to take a much closer look at that, in my view.
Not a problem at all.
In any event, we can move on to 7.01, information discussion item, introduction, possible discussion of policies, KDCA, GCCG, and JFABD. Ms. Murphy.
I think we're on 6.01, David.
Just a moment, if I can interrupt.
Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. No, you're right.
We are.
You
Yes,
are right.
You missed one.
I did miss one. I have it, you know, I have it highlighted on my board docs, and I thought that was the one we were on because I'd already moved it. I'm sorry, 6.01, information discussion item, leadership contracts for 2022-24, Superintendent Wright.
Yes, thank you, President Nigro. I will just keep my presentation brief. This is on the agenda because I would like to inform the board that we do have some considerations for you when we are discussing contracts for the March board meeting. You may recall that about 6 years ago, you, the board, were provided 2-year contracts with the executive directors. So when I first began as superintendent in 2016, the executive directors all had 2-year contracts. The purpose of that was to streamline a smooth transition for the itinerant superintendent into my position as a permanent superintendent. So after the initial year, I decided to recommend to the board 1-year contracts with the executive directors, the principals, for the purpose of having flexibility in the evaluative process. If we have the best kind of leadership within the agency. And so, as you know, we have made some changes throughout the leadership team. And so I am now ready to go back to the 2-year contracts. I do have confidence that the current leadership team at the next board meeting, which will be held in March, I will be formally requesting and offering 2-year contracts for those that are on the executive director positions, also for the principals and those who have worked in their current capacity for more than 1 year. We do have 2 new leaders in the agency that just started within the last year, so I will be offering them 1-year contracts. For the rest, I would like to offer 2-year contracts. So I will be taking some time to meet with you individually as board members to discuss this further before next March board meeting so that you can make your final decisions. So that completes my presentation, President Nigro.
Are there any board members that would like to take discussion on this? Hearing none, from my perspective, I was on the board back when there was the interim superintendent that preceded Superintendent Reichman. And, historically we had done 1-year contracts with the leadership team, and that's, more or less a norm in Arizona. We did 2 years to smooth the transition to the new superintendent, right? We didn't want that institutional knowledge to depart after the new superintendent was identified and hired. So we did that. We got Superintendent Reichman, and she had a smooth transition in that time period for that leadership team. She's since made leadership team changes. The boards, made those changes as well, and we have the leadership team that we have today. Without regard to the individuals who are currently in leadership positions presently. As we heard earlier in the superintendent's report, the board can act in certain ways and it can in others. So we have certain tools at our disposal and others we don't have. I mean, we can change policy and we can undelegate things to the superintendent as we would like. That's very complicated and in a lot of cases may be unnecessary. But one of the important tools that we do have is offering these leadership contracts. That is a very important function of the board. It's important governance function. And to have a 2-year contract in a situation where we have a superintendent that has just signed a 3-year contract for next school year. So we're 3.5 years to the end of that contract. We're not going to have a transition, most likely. Certainly, I don't want to have a transition before that time period. But we're going to have a 3.5-year time period with a consistent superintendent. And I don't know that it's in the best interest of the board to give 2-year contracts as a rule, because it robs us of that governance function. It's one of the few levers that we have, and it's would have to be exercised with care and with diligence, certainly. But 2 years is it just doesn't seem to make sense for the board to do that. Others may disagree, and that's fine. But that's my perspective.
I agree, David. I think the year-long contracts are good. I agree.
Okay, thank you. So this is committee member PB Jans. And I would just like to say that for my opinion, as part of the board, we appointed Superintendent Reichman for the purpose, and that purpose was to lead the agency with our oversight. And we needed to trust your opinion and we needed to trust your input. And if she feels confident in her leadership team, then we also need to trust her professional analysis of the team. And we are giving the superintendent stability like we wanted so that she can be able to continue to work with the agency. And we should be able to give that same level of support for her leadership team. And I don't necessarily think it's a bad idea to have a 2-year contract if that is what the superintendent desires. And if we disagree with the superintendent because of her choice, then that's a different conversation. But so far, it just seems from these comments and the performance that she's done, it just seems positive. And we just needed to give some level of trust and support to superintendent as well.
Linda, I think you had your camera open. Did you want to say something?
It's late in the evening. Yes, this is Linda, and I'm just having some mixed feelings just about what I've heard over the last few days. I don't know if this is an appropriate place or time to talk about this. So I would like to either go to an executive session, but I know at this time it's a little bit late in the evening to do so, but I just feel strongly just this need from the deaf members and the deaf community here at this campus that just we're not happy with certain.
Well, and before, Linda, I don't want to interrupt, but for this agenda, we can't speak about any individual or because we haven't agendized that for that. This is just in general leadership contracts for, for 2 years to the leadership team. But we cannot talk about any individuals. This is at a general level that affects, all of the contracts, not any particular person or role.
Okay, I'm not clear. I apologize. Am I not being clear? Oh, what is the purpose of this item?
Oh, the purpose of
Maybe
the
I'm
item.
just misunderstanding something here.
Sure. It appeared to me that you may have been starting to make statements about a particular individual or a particular role, and we can't do that in this item. So I want to make sure that that doesn't happen. This is a leadership contracts.
Oh,
in general.
we're talking about offering a 2-year contract for executive leadership. Is that what we are talking about? And it's whether the decision to make it a 1-year or a 2-year contract, correct?
Correct. That is correct.
Okay. So talking about 2 years versus 1 year. And I just needed to get some more information or opinions about that. Annette Reichman needs to be able to go into more detail. 2 years versus 1 year. I'm happy with the leadership team. So if we wanted to do the 2 years, then I'm not comfortable with having it be 2 years. Just wanted to put that out there. And I'm done. Thank you. This is Superintendent Reichman. I was just saying that I changed the 1-year contract because I wanted to make some changes with the leadership team. And we've done that. We've made some changes to the leadership team. And as now I'm looking at our leadership team, and I have the confidence in their work and their skills, their knowledge. I am ready to offer a 2-year contract with your agreement. And obviously that's your decision. I can only make the recommendation. And I'm just saying, from my view as a superintendent, this leadership team that we have as of right now, I am comfortable with working with them and offering it to be 2 years. And that's based on their performance as of late for the last 5 years. So I'll go ahead and give this back to you, President Nigro.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Reichman. If there are no more questions, and now we can really go on to 7.01, information and discussion item, introduction and possible discussion of policies, KDCA, GCCG, and JFABD. Ms. Murphy?
Good evening, Board President Nigro, members of the board, Superintendent Reichman, and the assistant superintendents. You have before you the red lines of the 3 policies that we are proposing to change. 2 of the
Sorry, this is one of the interpreters, the captioner. I'm not able to really hear you.
Yes, Maria, this is Aaron. You can through.
I'm sorry, I did not hear that.
Maria, we're struggling to hear you.
Okay. Let me try to speak a little louder. Is that better?
Yes, that is better.
Okay, wonderful. Sorry about that.
Great.
So you have the red lines before you of the 3 policies that we are proposing to change. 2 of the policies are procedural changes. The one policy that I would note is substantive is policy GCCG, which changes our procedures regarding the transfer of accrued annual and personal leave. And these changes are being made in order to make ASDB's policies more consistent with other state agencies and with the Department of Administration. So at this time, I can make myself available for any questions if there are any.
Okay. Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Murphy. And we can move on to 8.01, call to the public on non-agenda items. Suke, do you have those 2? I believe we have 2. Do you have those 2 to read?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Okay, the first one is from Danny Lawrence. And the subject is the regional cooperative crisis. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Danny Lawrence, and I moved my child out of state because I couldn't educate my son with the lack of statewide services provided by ASDB. My son flourishes now and has the assistive technology instruction that was impossible to find with your organization. Last semester, he had a 4.0 grade point average and is on track with the new Nemeth instruction to take college entrance exams in 2 years. Recently, I was made aware of your November board meeting by some teachers who were asking for help with employment retaliation from ASDB regional cooperatives. After leaving Arizona a year ago, I became an educational advocate, helping families support students in countless IEP meetings. When I watched your meeting, I was absolutely in tears and horrified to hear that educational interpreters were being forbidden to attend IEP meetings. Plain and simple, it's a violation of IDEA 300.321 and a molestation of the IEP process and its intent under federal law. If a family or a school district requests the attendance of these professionals and ASDB intervenes in denying them their federal rights, then both ASDB and the school district served by the cooperative are in jeopardy of civil rights violations. Additionally, I can find no policy change made or approved by this board that supports this rampant denial of meaningful participation. I would caution this agency with its newfound LEA obligations to discontinue this discrimination to regional cooperative students. I am offering comments in support of students and their teachers to determine what is best for children, not the state agency or school district. How that is possible without the most knowledgeable educational professionals at the table is beyond me, and I encourage families and teachers facing this reality to make a complaint to the Office of Civil Rights. Finally, in that same meeting were the complaints of board members about the lack of attendance at the August 2021 meeting and the technology challenges. If ASDB can't hold a meeting in a regional cooperative due to the lack of technology availability, can you imagine what it's like to expect assistive technology instruction for a child in that same setting? Thank you for acknowledging the acidity of my family's experience in Arizona. That was the first meeting in 5 years that this board left either Phoenix or Tucson, and you expected live attendance in a viral pandemic, while board meetings at ASD campuses have no live participation. It's a shame this organization has so little interest in the hand that feeds it. It's time for ASDB to become the campus exclusive community center that it is and quit playing statewide educational service provider. It's time to sunset the regional cooperatives if this board isn't interested in learning more about them or supporting cooperative teachers and students. You literally are doing more harm than good. Quit committing fraud by accepting statewide legislative dollars ASDB does not intend to use for a statewide equitable education. Thank you. And then the second one is from Mary Rimron in regards to the meaning of LRE. ASDB Tucson has a hearing perception of least restrictive environment. The campus programs are not being represented in good light at IEP meetings in the Tucson area. During placement meetings, it has been shared that ASDB Tucson students are not on grade level and the classes are behind academically. A middle school student themselves requested placement at ASDB and was left in tears when it was denied. It also appears that ASDB Tucson will not accept placement of a deaf or hard of hearing student that has interpreting services in their public school. This is considered LRE. The U.S. Department of Education has statements regarding LRE and how it relates to deaf and hard of hearing students. Language access, peers, and direct instruction are just a few of the considerations to take into account when considering LRE for deaf and hard of hearing students. In order to address this issue, please consider sending certified educators of the deaf to represent ASDB Tucson for IEP and MET meetings, provide training to ASDB Tucson on the specific considerations of LRE for deaf and hard of hearing students according to the U.S. Department of Education.
All right, thank you, Suke. 8.02 discussion possible action item agenda items for the next regular board meeting scheduled for March 3rd, 2022 at PDSD. Are there any particular issues that the board would like to address at that meeting? Hearing none, I think we can move on to 9.01 action item adjournment. Lynn, would you like to make a motion?
Here I am. Yes, I move that we adjourn this meeting.
All right, I will. Suke seconds that.
All right.
All in favor say aye. You can turn on your screen. There we go. And okay, any opposed? All right, excellent. Thank you, everyone. Again, I know it was a long meeting. Thank you to the interpreters for sticking with us for so long, and to the media production team who made this all possible. I'm pretty short notice to move this to Zoom, but I think it went across pretty well. So thank you again for all of your efforts there to make that quick decision there to move us back to Zoom for this one. Hopefully we'll be back in Phoenix for March, and I know we have the work study in February also in person. So we'll see everyone then. Again, thank you very much. Have a good evening.